Вітати вас сьогодні на нашому заході, який
Good
є
morning. I want
останнім
to welcome
заходом
you
з
today at
серії
our
наших круглих столів
event. This
і
is the last
обговорень
event
питань,
in
що
the range of
стосуються
our
безпеки запровадження
round
мереж
tables to
5G
discuss
і проблемних
cybersecurity,
питань, які з цим
5G, and
виникають,
those
який
issues
був
that
зарубіжний досвід в
arise.
цьому питанні, як
We
Європа справилась,
wanted to
які були
learn the
проблемні
best
питання в
international practices, how
Ізраїлі.
Europe dealt
Також
with
ми
that, what
скоро
were the issues in
опублікуємо, яким
Israel.
чином запроваджували 5G
We
Південна
will
Корея та
publish some
Австралія.
information how the
І
South
сьогодні
Korea
в
and
нас
Australia
дуже цікавих дві
introduced 5G,
дискусії
and today we'll have two
будуть
very interesting
присвячені
discussions
за безпеці саме впровадження 5G на об'єктах
about
критичної
security
інфраструктури.
of 5G on
Чому саме так
critical
ставиться питання і
infrastructure.
чому ми
Why
сьогодні це
do we
обговорюємо?
word
Робоча група при
the
комітеті з
issue
питань
like
цифрової
that, and why are we
трансформації
discussing that? The working group in
вже
the Committee for Digital
закінчує роботу
Transformation
над
is almost
розробкою
done
законопроекту
with
про
the development of
кібербезпеку,
draft law on
який має
cybersecurity
собою замінити
that
закон про основні
is
засади
expected
забезпечення
to replace
кібербезпеки в
the
Україні.
law on the major
Так от
principles
робоча
of
група
ensuring
підійшла до того
cybersecurity in
питання, що
Ukraine.
потрібно
And the working group
врегульовувати
realized that we need
нюанси,
to
пов'язані з забезпеченням безпеки саме
regulate
мереж
the
і
security issues
електронних
of
комунікаційних мереж,
networks and
і якимось чином
electronic communication
Україна має
networks. And
визначитися, як саме
Ukraine
вона
needs
буде
to
врегульовувати
decide
це.
how Ukraine is
Тому
going to
ми детально
regulate
досить
those issues.
вивчили європейський досвід,
So that's why
вивчили
we
досвід
studied in depth the
запровадження
European
НІС директиви першої
experiences,
ітерації, вивчили
the introduction
редакцію
of
НІС директиви
NIS
другу,
directives
і
1
вирішили
and 2.
проговорити ці питання з вами,
And
з тими,
we
кому
decided
потім
to
прийдеться
talk
це все
about those issues with you.
реалізовувати на
So
практиці,
people who
тому
are going to
що
implement
є
that in
декілька
practice.
думок, які ми
Because
маємо сьогодні проговорити.
a lot
Перше,
of
5G допускати на
opinions
критичну
that we need to
інфраструктуру взагалі
discuss.
не можна.
5G
Є така
cannot
думка.
be
Друга думка,
allowed for critical infrastructure.
якщо
There is such an opinion that we need to
запроваджувати,
discuss.
то має
Second
бути
opinion,
досить серйозне
if
регулювання,
we implement
яке,
that, there must be
напевне,
some really
має
tough
відрізнятися
regulation
від
that
звичайного регулювання
probably
5G,
needs to be
яке буде
different from
використовуватися
the
для,
regular
наприклад, інтернету
5G
речей або для забезпечення
regulation
роботи
for
промислових
Internet of
об'єктів.
Things or for industrial
Наступне
facilities.
думки, які побутують,
Other
це яким же
opinions
чином потрібно
that
будувати мережі
are there.
для загального використання
How to
при
build
побудові
those
доріг
general use
загальнодержавного значення.
networks
Сьогодні в
for
нас з нами
construction
Кирило
of
Гороховський, який нам
general
трошки
purpose
розкаже
roads.
про
And we'll have Kirilla
плани щодо
Gorоховsky
побудови
today. He
Київської
will talk to
окружної
us
дороги і
about the construction of Kyiv
інші моменти з цим
road
пов'язані. Так
around
от,
Kyiv.
я розумію після
And
вчорашніх
I
перемовин, що
understand
вчора у нас були досить серйозні, потужні
that yesterday we had
офлайнові, скажімо так,
very
дискусії з учасниками цього процесу.
powerful
Деякі не готові
discussions
висловити
with the
спільну
members of
загальну
this process.
позицію
And
тих, кого вони представляють. Я це все розумію,
I understand
але
that
висловити
some of you
свою
may not
власну
be
думку нікому не заборонено. Тому
authorized
я
to
буду
make
дуже
decisions, but at least
вдячна
you may have your
учасникам
opinion,
від
and I
і
would be really
операторів, і від Укрзалізниці, якщо вони
grateful
висловлять
to Укрзалізниця and
свої
mobile
пропозиції
operators
чи
if they can
зауваження щодо
at
того,
least
яким
speak
чином
about
має
their
регулюватись
opinions
ті
of
чи інші
views
питання.
on
А
the
зараз
issue of
поки ще
regulation.
Олександр Павлович Федієнко зайнятий, в них зараз відкриття
While
сесії,
Alexander
він
is still
підключиться до нас трошки
busy,
пізніше,
they
як
are
тільки
opening the session
зможе,
now, so he's
оскільки
going
у
to
них
join
сьогодні
us a little bit
важливий день,
later
день
once he
важливих
can, because
голосувань,
it's
в
an
тому
important day
числі
today. They
закону
are
про
voting on the
регулятора
law
електронних
on
комунікацій,
regulator of electronic
який, до речі, ми
communications.
також будемо розглядати і будемо
We're gonna
пропонувати туди вносити зміни з огляду на
discuss
те,
today,
що
and
на
we are going to
сьогоднішній день
propose some
він не
changes to
враховує
that because
питання
it does not cover today
запровадження 5G в Україні.
the introduction of 5G in
Тому
Ukraine.
передаю слово Андрію Івановичу
That's why I'm giving the floor to Andrei
члену
Semenchenko, the
регулятора електронних
member
комунікацій,
of
професору кафедри
regulator of
інформаційних
communications,
технологій
the professor
Київського
of
національного університету культури і мистецтв,
Department
доктор наук з
for
державного управління, професору,
Technologies,
заслуженого діячу
professor,
науки і техніки України.
and
Андрій Іванович,
a renowned
будь ласка, пару слів, що ви
technician in
думаєте про
Ukraine.
це все і
So a couple of points on your
будь
end. What
ласка,
do you
вам
think
слово.
about that all? So please take the floor. Yeah, colleagues, I want to welcome you all with this final event this year, where we are discussing very important point related to cybersecurity, introduction of modern 5G technologies. Indeed, we are expecting the decision today about the regulator. And according to the law of Ukraine, Article 9 on the critical infrastructure, the electronic communications area belongs to vital areas, critical areas. And obviously the regulator must be directly involved into this process, both in terms of introduction of 5G technologies. The introduction requires a lot of other issues like legal, organizational, motivational, informational, analytical, and other considerations. And the problem of security is also among those considerations. I told you at our previous meetings that the National Commission for the Regulation of Communications and Informatization it was very indirectly involved into the cybersecurity processes. The situation will change if this law on the national regulator in the area of electronic communications is passed. Because the regulator is going to be involved, according to this law, in addressing those all those issues related to cybersecurity. Today, I need to be simultaneously at different platforms talking there. That's why, unfortunately, I have to cut short my. I need to end my tenure as one of chairs in one of the departments, and I want to wish you all the luck, all the best with this event, and if I can, I will try to rejoin you today. All the best, and see you later. Sorry once again. Okay, Andrei, thank you for your participation. Hope you can really rejoin, but if you can't, I want to tell every participant that we're going to publish the video of our event on YouTube channel in English or Ukrainian. So if you missed it or you missed a particular slot, you can do it later. Now the floor goes to Alexander Poti is not going to be with us, so I want to give the floor to Mr. Pokolinsky. He represents the State Special Communications and Information Protection Service, Держспецзв'язку, and he will probably share with us information about 5G introduction and the security of these communications. So maybe this service has already developed some regulations for the suppliers of e-communications or not. Okay, dear colleagues, firstly, I want to welcome all participants on behalf of our service. We are going to have very interesting discussion today, and very interesting speeches are planned. I didn't plan to take part in this event. I wasn't kind of prepared, so because I had to take part in other events, but they asked me to get in and speak on behalf of our service. So as to the ensuring security of 5G, our administration of this service plans to start the research On that, we have studied very interesting documents developed by the US in the area of introduction of 5G. We studied the practices of the UK. Over the past 5 years, the EU also introduced a very interesting tool to manage risks for 5G implementation. And we understand our service has a big role to play. If we group those risks, there would be 3 groups. First one is security of equipment supplies. Today, certain vendors dominate this market. There is a wars, going on between the US and Chinese companies, particularly Huawei, and there are other companies too. And the introduction of the system for certification of equipment can help to address the regulatory issue and the security issue, because if there are labs that can check the equipment, that can help. Also, another solution is diversification of networks, so that nationwide for nationwide equipment and for the industrial equipment, because the security of the vendor will affect the overall security in general, and much will depend on the supplier that will ensure this connection between different infrastructure facilities. Another pillar is the network security, and it can be affected by the fact that the 5G technologies are going to be rolled out on the lower generation technologies like 3G and 4G, and these interaction between those technologies can lead to certain threats that are there with those lower type technologies. And it is important to ensure the security of the rollout on the stage of planning of the rollout. And the last pillar is the technology as such. We would need to address the issue of availability of equipment for the security for the individuals. So the actual physical threat for the equipment, for the actual devices, physical devices that are within the eyesight. So these are the major considerations that need to be taken into account when we talk about this kind of infrastructure, because a perpetrator or the person who wants to affect the system can get access to it and make an attempt to read information from networks or try to affect their integrity, and to be able to disrupt the services of the critical infrastructure. Even a small-scale influence would be enough, because afterwards everyone will focus their attention on the source of this disruption. So the discussion is going to be very interesting. I'm happy that we will listen today to the people who have already some experience in this area. We will be listening to them, and we will make conclusions, and in particular we will take them into account as we prepare the terms of references for those services, for those surveys and researches that we need to conduct to study the international experience. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your attention. I hope that next year we will prepare better, and in March we will conduct another big event with participation of our all mobile operators who are involved into the regulatory activities. They said they were busy, but still they would take part in the discussion. However, they're not prepared to give a formal position, given the situation that is developing in the market today. So the next person to speak is Yulia Garyacha. We are happy to welcome her. She's head of expert group for European Euro-Atlantic integration in the Ministry for Digital Transformation of Ukraine. We asked her to talk to us about the advantages for operators or suppliers of electronic communications after they join the single EU market. There are a lot of questions. Why would Ukraine need that? Who is going to benefit? What would be the advantages of joining this market? Why did we spend so many years to develop those regulations on the security of private data and cybersecurity and everything? So what are we gonna get? What Ukraine is gonna get from joining the EU digital market? Because there have been a lot of questions from businesses. They don't see the benefits at the moment. So maybe Yulia can give us a short intro lecture for them. What are they going to get apart from those threats related to the increase of the competition? So thank you, Yulia. The floor is yours. Thank you, Lilia. Thank you for the invitation. I will try to answer your question. But before that, I'll talk a little bit about those milestones that led us to this dynamic cooperation with the EU that we have today. Today, we are reforming ourselves very dramatically and fast. So we continue to perform the systematic work to implement the association agreement and the roadmap to integration of Ukraine to this single digital EU market, to be able to introduce the internal market in the area of telecom services. I remind that Ukraine and the EU have updated the agreement on station in due regard with the changes that took place. And we set this agenda between Ukraine and the EU that requires certain amendments, legal and others. I will remind what the roadmap is about. Is an obligatory mechanism for Ukraine to join the internal digital market with the EU that is covered by the association agreement. We developed that back in 2018, and then we started a multi-stage process of assessment by the European Commission. Stage one is the internal assessment that took 10 months and is now over. The second stage, that was the comprehensive assessment here in Ukraine. So we had the European mission working in Ukraine that were assessing whether we are close to European standards and whether we have any sufficient institutional capacity. And the stage three is kind of development of a joint vision of next steps. We have done that already, and I will tell you what's all about later. So the roadmap is kind of flexible instrument that we update every year to take into account the most recent changes in the EU. And the responsibility for the implementation of the roadmap that contains about 200 tasks, and this responsibility lays with 29 public authorities. There are three pillars there: electronic communication, institutional capacities, and the trusted services. In the area of electronic communications, we all know that there was a law on electronic communications adopted that implements the European code of e-communications, and we do that jointly with the EU nations. We also expect the law on regulator to be passed soon. I hope it's going to be passed very soon. There is a big amount of work for the implementation of a joint working plan with the EU to recognize the mutual trusted services in case appropriate agreements are signed. And we hope that with joint efforts, we will achieve necessary standards requirements to make it happen. The Parliament now has a number of draft laws registered that are designed to achieve full equivalency with the EU in this area. So these are the major elements related to the legal institutional pillars. And now back to your question, why are we doing that? What is the end goal? Because reforming for the sake of reforms it's not a goal as such. So what is the actual result that we expect? Introduction in Ukraine of the latest standards of trusted services, electronic communications, and in other sectors. That's number one. And other services like e-commerce, protection of intellectual property online, cybersecurity, digital education, protection of private data. These are the results that we try to achieve. We don't restrict ourselves only to the association agreement for the EU because it was signed back in 2012, and the digital era is developing fast. We need to take those changes into account, and the association agreement is not a flexible instrument. Unfortunately, that can be changed every year. We understand that. So our strategic goal is to integrate fully into the European digital market that will contribute to digital transformations within the country and will help to uncover new opportunities for Ukraine, for its businesses. We hope that that will contribute to development of digital economy in general, to cross-border trade and digital innovations, which means the bilateral contracts can be signed, the e-invoices can be used, the cross-border payments can be effected. That will increase the better access for consumers, and they will give Ukraine access to digital services and goods that are available in EU. Ukrainian companies will be able to provide digital services in the EU and vice versa. European companies can provide those services in Ukraine on the same conditions, on the equal conditions, which means that it will simplify the exports and imports thanks to the use of single principles and standards with the EU and ensure interoperability of electronic identification services. And that will enable to jointly use the single uniform digital infrastructure. I mean, these connect Europe facility blocks, delivery, customs, logistics, and others. The digital technologies are getting more important in the EU. That's why integration into the European space will benefit our general trade with the EU, and that will be good for the economy of Ukraine, for every industry. I remind about an interesting research, very useful research that took place with help of Digital Transformation Ministry. What I'm talking about is not a dream. We have this research in place conducted by the leading Ukrainian economists, and they calculated with help of economic models the benefit the benefit after the integration to the EU market. This was the first, this quantitative research, and this is the ground for certain decisions in the country. And it shows that this is going to be the major driver of economic development of Ukraine. You can check it out on the website of the ministry. So the research shows that this regulatory harmonization will help to avoid certain barriers and lead to better integration, and that will increase the welfare of citizens of Ukraine. We received a very interesting number in the research that according to the most optimistic scenario, I mean, if we roll out all those reforms with the companies that I mentioned, we can increase the GDP to 12.1%. So this is quite an ambitious number. So the research says from 2 till 12.1, so percent. But this is the optimistic scenario. If we roll out all the reforms and we have the single market with the EU in this sector. Also, according to the results, the integration into the EU market will have a positive result, not only for Ukraine, but for the EU too. And that will increase the sales for both countries. The potential benefits will depend, obviously, on the scale of regulatory and digital transformations in Ukraine. And the sooner and the more effective we implement those changes, the faster we can integrate into the EU. And for the business, I want to emphasize the following. If we have this internal single market with Ukraine, there is no country that is not part of the EU that is member of this space. So now it works for the EU only. And those, because they have standards, pro-European standards at the very beginning. For us, it takes some efforts to get closer to them in terms of regulation and so on. So when we implement reforms and when we have access, the same access as EU nations have, we can take advantage of this opportunity, and or win or not. And that will depend, obviously, on every business, every company.
So what does the state have to do? It has to create opportunities to access bigger regional and global markets to expand, business activities by companies here in Ukraine. That's speaking of opportunities. Now, this also comes with more responsibility. And, the market itself will demand higher standards of service delivery, but I think we're doing okay with this in Ukraine, and I think the services provided by operators currently are of a high quality level. If I have a few more minutes, I would like to say a few words about our future steps. Yes, please. So what are some of the future steps and way ahead in order to ensure full integration with the European electronic communication market? Well, first of all, accomplishing reforms in the field of electronic communication, finalizing those reforms, including passing of the law of Ukraine and its actual implementation, which means passing bylaws and secondary legislation, which only makes sense. according to European law, implementation is not just passing the act, but it's actually creating mechanisms envisaged by the act and deploying those mechanisms across the board. So obviously, finalizing the accomplishment of missions and objectives according to the association agreement and the roadmap. It's a very flexible tool that is being renewed on an annual basis. And the mutual cooperation plan regarding electronic trust services. Well, then yes, another major prerequisite is the continued support of the EU. And we've been receiving a lot of positive signals and messages and a lot of support from the European Commission lately. And this is the only sector under the association agreement that has enjoyed so much support in terms of resources, funding, and people to help implement these reforms. And the third major factor is working with the European Commission. And this is something we've already started doing, and some consultations have already taken place, and something to think about. Anyway, achieving some sort of an agreement on the future vision or the algorithm, when it comes to the actual operation and functioning of this joint market of Ukraine and EU. So what this means is it currently this cooperation happens through association agreement bodies, the trade committee, the summits, and other bilateral entities. So those are sort of general mechanisms encompassing all those different sectors and spheres envisaged in the association agreement. So if one of those sort of areas kind of moves ahead and achieves the single market, then in that case, there are arrangements in place to create actual mechanisms for this area to actually function, for this market to function. So all the internal procedures. So which is quite complicated. If you look at European economic area, there's a sort of a court system there. You have Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein, the countries that provide this opportunity for the surveillance authority to exist and operate effectively, to make sure that the internal market exists and operates in an unimpeded nature, so that there is a court authority, right? That is there to settle all those issues, between two sides. So this is a big issue for us, and hopefully it will become even more prominent going forward. So I guess this is something that needs to be addressed. So yeah, very briefly, this is some information about some of the future steps we will be taking to achieve the maximum possible integration into European market. Thank you for your attention. Well, yes, a couple of months ago, there was a big study on the digitalization of the 3 Cs. So if you heard of this initiative, well, the European countries, so-called 3 Cs country, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, so Baltic states, and a number of others, right? They have come up with this initiative that's called the 3 Cs initiative. So, in fact, Ukraine has already become a part of some of the sort of streams and processes within this initiative. So this whole initiative is run as a project. Countries declare their intend to participate. One country then goes ahead and assumes control, and then requests the EU to provide funding in support of some initiatives. So, what could be interesting for Ukraine? And that's exactly the reason why we invited people working in the transportation, road construction, railways, etc. So one of those projects is called Via Baltics, Rail Baltics. It was a transboundary 5G project. So run by Lithuania. They've already developed terms of reference, some technical documents. Latvia and Estonia have declared their intent to participate. So Ukraine could join the project as well. Estimated budget is 27 million euros. And some additional investment is expected as well. So the European Union. So let's talk about the investments that EU have made. So SEF2 program for 21-27, 3 billion euros to support investment in digital connection infrastructure. And part of it actually goes towards creating these broad 5G corridors along major highways and railroads. So I think Ukraine is this is something for Ukraine to think about. I mean, because it would be pretty painful for travelers to all of a sudden lose connection to internet when driving along a Ukrainian highway or traveling in a train. So while there is internet, it's not very usable, really, right? So that is something we need to consider and think about. Building those corridors, 5G corridors. So hopefully we'll have somebody from the Ministry of Digital Transformation to speak about this. And I think we need to understand that Ministry of Digital Transformation is pushing all these initiatives not because it wants to, it's because Ukraine needs it. And I think it's programs like that that can help Ukraine shore up some gaps that Ukraine still has in some of those areas, and although there are some plans, but no specific concrete steps have been taken towards achieving these goals. But that's something we need to think about, and that's exactly the reason why we're here today. For example, to make sure that the cybersecurity law, for example, already when passed, contains European provisions, European concepts, and there's no other choice but to take into account NIS directives 1 and 2. Number 1 has in fact been transposed into Annex 7.3 to the law. So yeah, I mean, it is effectively there, which means Ukraine will have to operate in accordance with wider European standards. So yeah, I was looking at this 3Cs initiative, and I thought to myself at some point that where there's a wish, there's a way. If Ukraine wanted to, it could have participated in some of those projects big time, and Ukraine has declared some intent to participate in some of those projects, on UAVs and drones and some other things as well. But we definitely need more. And I see Kirill wants to join, because I mean that's the topic he cares about, and I will let him speak at some point. But but I think Ukraine could do a better job in terms of showing more willingness to participate in digital communication security related projects. So thank you, Unit, for your participation. And I would like to thank you for the tremendous work you have done, and the work that sometimes happens in a shadow, out of sight. just think about Annex 7.3. When did the negotiations start? In 2017, and now it's 2022. So 4 years just for one annex, right? And there are many more of those annexes, and all of them need to be looked at. Things like personal data protection. That's not something that you'll find in any of those annexes, but it is a part of the agreement itself. So something that needs to be fulfilled by Ukraine. So hopefully, we will continue this fruitful cooperation together, and then at the end of 2022, we'll raise a glass of wine, and we'll drink to personal data protection arrangements finally having been put in place. And I will do everything I can on my end, and I know Yulia will do just as much, and hopefully we won't have any major interruptions or impediments, because this is what gives you access to European Union investments and funds and instruments. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the next part of this workshop. Ulrich, are you there? Let's pass the floor on to Ulrich from Atenacom, and Ulrich is the head of cybersecurity there. And he's been our great friend, and he has participated in these events many times, and obviously it's always interesting to hear from Ulrich, because Germany, I think, is far ahead of everyone else in terms of providing communication services. When it comes to railways as well, and Telecom was involved in this, and I think Ulrich can say a few words about the entire process and how they went about building this network, what were some of the shortfalls, and what are some of the lessons for Ukraine to learn, and what are some of the gaps that we need to be mindful of, and things just to think about before we even begin this process. Ulrich, over to you.
Thank you, Lilian. As always, great pleasure being with you. This series of events is coming to an end, as I understand. You're wrapping it up. I'm happy to comply with yet another request for helping you understand what's been going on over here, to draw your conclusions for your own purposes. Let me just briefly say that we're not always an example to follow. There's much that has been done here that had its shortcomings. In the case of mobile coverage, I think we have an international reputation for not being the brightest in setting up neither the technology nor the extension of the networks in a way that really provided coverage for everybody in the country. It's still okay, it's working somehow, but I mean, I'm an extensive traveler myself. I've been countries where coverage was better than in Germany, so maybe we're not the absolute. Nevertheless, there's needed, in not in the case of the Ukraine, but all kind of country in the process of deployment of 5G technology, because there are a few common principles that need to be followed, and in the case of what we're talking about today, here aspects of routes and how to organize that, there's a few things that you need to look at. I understand that Ukraine is passed already the first 5G license auction, and there's a possibility that there may be more to come, but for the time being, that's the only one that has been necessary for the allocation of frequencies in the different bands that are to be the base for the 5G deployment. That was in 2019 here in Germany. Yeah, almost 3 years ago, no, 2.5 years ago. Is my understanding of the not only Ukrainian market is when it comes to mobile coverage in the regional extension, and especially on the coverage alongside of the big transport routes, the important ones, the Autobahn type of highways, railroads, and all other main traffic lines, is that there's very little incentive to mobile network operators to do that on their own behalf, because it's not very economical. So making this profitable is probably not very easy. Coverage in Ukraine, as I was told, is often limited to cities and other agglomerations, and the use on trains, for example, is then limited to the few seconds that passengers pass through those agglomerations. And in the countryside, the coverage isn't as good as that because the operators don't see the necessity to do this. This is something that cannot be tolerated, of course, from a political point of view, but also for service quality and extension is something that requires more effort there. And the question is, what do you need to do to achieve this? If the operators aren't willing to do this on their own grounds, to put the equipment in places where the connection will be used more than just a few seconds per day only, and disregard everything else, is nothing that governmental institutions and the general public can tolerate. So what Germany and many other countries, by the way, have done, Austria is an example that springs to mind, they've done this only last year, I think, is to set the requirements for mobile coverage in specific regions, and particularly alongside the transportation routes, as requirements in the allocation of frequencies to the operators. In the German case and in Austria as well, this was part of the auctions. That for a number of years, this requirement of seamless connectivity, uninterrupted phone service along transportation routes has been part of those requirements set forth in the mechanisms for the frequency allocations, by stipulating what operators have to do within a certain time frame after they've been accorded those frequencies. Now, the first auction to do that on a general level, I mean, the regional coverage was the one in 2010. The very first auction for UMTS frequencies didn't have a regional coverage requirement at all. That was in the year 2000, that legendary 60 billion allotment that was the most successful auction that I think any country ever had, when it gave away the frequencies for mobile operations, regardless of whether that was economically viable or not. This is what they did back then, but they did not have any requirements set forth in the frequency allocation at all. So 2010 was the first one. They only had regional coverages for parts of the country, but nothing specific to traffic or transportation infrastructure. That was the first one. There was in 2015, the 4G auction. That required 50 megabits per second for every antenna sector. Antenna sector being one of the one or many sectors on a cell site. If you one tower can have more than one sector, so the requirement would be more than 50 megabits for a tower, but it could be up to, well, depending on the area, 3 antenna sectors. For a rural community is typical, for example. So you need 150 on that site. 150 megabits, and they also had the emphasis on coverage alongside traffic routes, including the railway system, back in 2015. Those requirements had to be met by the end of 2019, and as deadlines described by science fiction author Douglas Adams, as many of you might know who read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He's always liked deadlines because he loves the whooshing sound they make as they fly by, which is exactly what happened in the case of the frequency allocation in the 2015 auction. By the end of 2019, the Bundesnetzagentur, so the national regulator, realized in a report that very little of that had been promised by the operators had actually been fulfilled. This is going on. This has, even though the deadline had then been extended to 2020, none of the 3 major network operators, or the ones who had successfully participated in the auction, Deutsche Telekom, Vodafone, Telefonica, had actually met the requirements by the end of that deadline. So the extension to end of 2020 went by without, again, fulfilling the requirements fully. And now, since summer this year, we're discussing hefty fines that the Bundesnetzagentur is discussing internally now, and there will probably be a punitive measure towards the operators because they didn't actually have everything in place that they needed. The estimation was by the BNetzA, the Bundesnetzagentur, that they need an additional 550 cell sites, so these cellular base stations, to fulfill the requirement. That's not a lot if you compare it to the I don't know, 36,000 base stations that are operated by Deutsche Telekom alone currently. But the gaps are there, and you can measure them. One of the activities of our company, the Telecom, is actually to drive around the country and check where the coverage is in place, where it's lacking, the type of service quality that you get in areas. That's one of the things we do, and there are gaps. So let me tell you that this is pretty clear. As far as the traffic network is concerned, even the rules allow for lower service quality, actually. And if you look at that not having been met already, you'll understand why people are not very happy with the current situation. There's a deduction clause in the requirements in the auction rules that says if one of the operators is present in a location, the requirement is fulfilled regardless of the competition being absent. So if you look at that and say it would be sufficient if just one of the operators would be there, and even under those conditions you're not entirely there, that shows you how the discussion about the fines now has started to come along. So in theory, we should be there already. We're now looking at the rules that have been introduced with the 2019 auctions of the first 5G auction. Those rules are much more specific. They've actually tell you exactly what to do and where to do it. The coverage of all main railway connections has to be 100 megabits per second by the end of 2022. And 50 megabits along all other railway tracks by 2024. That's what it says in the auction rules. And those other railway tracks are connections that are, less traveled than the main one. mobile telecommunication services by Deutsche Telekom alone, they have a forecast of what they're going to do is that out of the railway systems, we have about 33,400 kilometers. Out of those, 7,800 are in the main category. That's the one where the ICE and the IC rapid train service are on. So coverage along those tracks will be 200 megabit by the end of 2024. That's what the commitment of the Deutsche Telekom says. And an additional 13,800 kilometers will be provided with 2000 and with the same speed or bandwidth by the end of 2025. Those 13,800 are all lines that have more than 2,000 passengers a day. So still heavy traffic. And the remaining 11,800 kilometers with not so much traffic on will follow with what Telecom says is more than 100 megabit per second by the end of 2026. This 100 megabit, 200 megabit doesn't tell you much because, I mean, we're talking about cellular services here, and those are shared services, of course. And we'll look at the implication that has in many other circumstances. We'll only cover it very briefly today here, but this is still something that is not entirely well, easily done. Now, this all remains to be seen yet, how good they will be in fulfilling the requirements, and but there are actual technical requirements for service deployment, and we'll have to look at what will be needed to meet those. I understand that the Ukrainian railway operator is now entering in this 5G game on their own account, as we have been consulting Deutsche Bahn for many years now, and on different aspects. I know that this is an involvement that tends to get very heavily and of course technologically oriented, challenging, and you're very welcome to join whatever will be needed there in terms of future development, of which there is a lot. Now, for the operators, once you have received in an auction your frequency allocations, and let's say you have participated in an auction where you've accepted the ground rules for minimum mobile phone network coverage that came with it, there isn't much, how should I say, leeway for you when it comes to realizing that coverage, because some of the technology actually takes the decisions for you, which requirements you have to actually fulfill. There are, I mean, even for the most confident and ambitious operators, it's very difficult to bend the basic laws of physics. That is true for neither the network operators nor the train systems. You will have to conform to a lot of things that are necessary there. And first and foremost, for those, I mean, what you need is fiber optic infrastructure. There's no way that you can get 5G services coverage in an area that's as large as the Ukraine in total, without deploying fiber optic infrastructure along the railroads, along every other aspect of the country, of course, but provisioning the cell sites with fiber optic cables is an absolute prerequisite for this. I could go into details about what the requirements there are. I will not do this because we're limited in time here. But let's just say if you have a trunk, a cable that provides capacity to a chain of 20 5G cell towers, for example, you need a number of at least 40 individual fibers in that cable, and you need a backhaul to get the connectivity to those towers on that trunk, anywhere between 25 and 100 gigabit to meet the TSN standard, the 802.1q. That is a lot to bring in there. So this is the absolute base requirement that you need to get going there. And then you'll realize that quickly that there's very, very little to be done to actually provide those services from the towers that you set up with the backhaul that they have to the actual travelers on the trains, because there's a few limitations there that will make it very difficult for the individual operator to do that. Without the involvement of the railway companies themselves, you can't actually do anything there, because first of all, you need to see a train as a Faraday cage. And that's not because it's a metal structure. I mean, it has windows, but those windows have a problem. The penetration loss from those typically metallicized windows, they have these coated layers of metal for heat insulation and ultraviolet protection, so to prevent it from getting sunny inside the car. The loss of to the signal can be as up to 35 or 30 or 35 dB, which basically prevents service from happening if the base stations are too wide apart. Deutsche Bahn, for example, is currently putting 30 new ICE3 train models in service because they've realized that this is a major issue with new windows, and those windows are coated with a metal layer that has a special grid structure for high frequency permeability, a special grid structure being applied with lasers, so this actually lets the signal get through. On top of that, along railroads, I don't know if the topology or topography in Ukraine, and especially for the railroads, has this problem. But in Germany, in the southern parts, there's a large portion of the tracks being in tunnels. How do you distribute a signal in a tunnel? That's usually done by a so-called leaky cables, so radiating coax cables that are needed to be deployed in there. Outside the tunnels, you need other means of getting the signal onto the trains. And one system used is distributed antenna systems that are actually there for shared service. So more than one mobile operator can use those and go on the train by using these DAS systems. The Bundesnetzagentur, the regulator, is actually acting as an umpire in negotiations between the market players in the network operation market. One of the rules in the 2019 auctions was that they have to cooperate and use infrastructure together if they want to provide their services. And so it's legally, it's the regulator who steps in there to make this happen. In fact, it's the Deutsche Bahn itself who does this. They have initiated a program called the Master Plan Connectivity Rail, that defines their own efforts at supporting mobile operators with the fulfillment of network coverage requirements. It has Deutsche Bahn owns about 20,000 kilometers of their own fiber optic infrastructure. And they have set up a company for last year, the year before last year, 2019. By the end of 2019, they set up a daughter company called DB Broadband that is actually responsible for services on this infrastructure. They're going to enlarge it a little more, but basically on the existing infrastructure, they already have services to mobile operators, but also to others who need connectivity in the country. As you can imagine, 20,000 kilometers compared to the entire network is about 2/3 of the length of the railway tracks that they have. But those 20,000 kilometers can be very useful if you want to transport connectivity over larger distances. And it is being used, of course, for providing connectivity to rural areas as well. Now, they've started operating, cooperating with mobile companies with their own infrastructure, and also by providing the technologies to be able to use 5G on the trains. So this is ongoing, and they also expect to be having set this up by the end of 2026, which is the estimations of the mobile operators as well. And there's basically this master plan that makes sure that Deutsche Bahn does everything in their power to do this. So this is more or less what I have time to tell you, I believe. Lilia, I could go on for a long time here, but this is mostly what you expected from me, I suppose.
Дякую, Ульріх.
Thank you, Ulrich. I hope you will still have some time to answer questions if
Yeah, of course.
our participants have them. But I need to give the floor now to Alexander Fidienko, who has just joined in. He is in the voting hall now because they have some legislation to adopt today. So let's give the floor to him, and then we'll continue discussion with German colleagues and partners. Good morning, Lilia. Thank you for the invitation. I want to tell our German colleagues that we, as members of parliament and as representatives of the Committee for Digital Transformation and the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we are going to take every effort possible to introduce 5G in our country, to make it this introduction secure and safe. Sorry. Today we are introducing appropriate legislation, which are already in these pieces already in place, and Lilia will brief you more about that because she is a hands-on participant and moderator of those working groups that we are also part of. So Lilia, yes, if you have any specific questions, I'm prepared to answer them because I've only got 2 minutes. No, okay. I mean, until we are done with the law on cybersecurity, we won't be able to provide the ground for this newly established working group in the parliament to work on something material. So we will just focus on the recent changes and talk about that, and then we will have you on board. Maybe in January you will not have many meetings, and in January we will involve you more then. Yes, thank you about this interfaction working group. Yes, we have established this union, we call it, interfaction union, digital country, 45 MPs are members of that union. I am the head of that union, and these initiatives related to 5G in particular, especially if it requires some advocacy on the part of members of parliament to speed up the processes in the parliament. So we are going to support that in our union. Okay, what can our organizers tell us? Do we have any questions to Ulrich? Have we got any questions? Do our colleagues from the railways have questions? Or maybe representatives of other mobile operators, because we have them with us today. If no, then we will let Ulrich go. No, we have a question. our colleague, member of the Association for Digital Technologies. And I have a question to you, Mr. Ulrich. What has been the most successful project of public-private partnership, which in 5G rollout area? I mean, along the railroad or maybe motorcar roads that you can think of. Thank you.
I'm not the right person to answer that question, I'm afraid. I'm not involved in any of the purely economical aspects of this. I mean, I'm an information security specialist, so on a very limited area of 5G are my talking points. Public-private partnership is a very general term, and it also applies to, of course, the cooperation between the almost state-owned railway company and privately owned mobile operators, of course. So I think that the regulatory framework that has been set up for the frequency allocation is an example of how you rule through PPPs and make sure that they actually work on a basis that provides the framework for the success of it. I mean, infrastructure is something that is predominantly being done with public-private partnerships because the investment sums are so high. But let's not forget, it is a requirement that the state has to fulfill. Infrastructure is something that needs to be provided by the country, and it helps itself by setting up public-private partnerships. But the goal is still the fulfillment of the necessities for the population.
Які вирішувалися для Deutsche Bahn при впровадженні 5G, і які були найбільш складні?
What were the problems that were there in the process of rollout of mobile networks along the Deutsche Bahn, and what were the most challenging problems? What are the biggest problems, in fact?
Now, there's depending on who you listen to, there's different explanations for this. The network operators themselves often claim that they have very much difficulties in finding spots to set up the actual buildings, the cell towers. So areas where they can rent a spot to set this up are scarce, and especially in rural areas, not easy to find. They need to get everything else in place as well. If you set up a cell tower somewhere in a wooden in an area that's mainly forest, how do you get electricity there? That's I mean, you not only need connectivity, you need electric power, and so that's the most frequent argument that they use why they haven't met the deadlines that had been set there. There's also a number of bureaucratic issues. If you look at that, I mean, usage of this may be subject to getting authorization to set up infrastructure. That in many cases has been too slow in being done. We're, as a company, we're also, I don't know if this has been said yet, but we're also very much involved in the infrastructure deployment for bringing typical cable-based bandwidth to households in Germany, not just 5G or 4G mobile networks, but mainly fiber optic connectivity to the homes. And we're responsible in place of the Ministry for Digital Infrastructure to authorize the funding for the state funding subsidies to the rollout projects, and very often there needs to be discussions with the railway operators. Every time you want to cross a railroad, that is actually much more a complex issue than you'd think. Since this is critical infrastructure, you can't just dig up a hole under the railway tracks and send the cable through. It is much easier if you have already bridges and tunnels in place that you can use for that. But if not, there's a long process of applying for those crossings. And this is something that had to be streamlined over the past 2 years. And it's an ongoing process. You need to talk to different people who have needs there, the communities on the one side, the network operators, the railway company, and getting that in place was more difficult than initially expected. And that's why it's taking so long. But we're in a time frame where things are sort of working out now, and looking at the prognostics that they have, the predictions are by the end of 2026, that's roughly 4 years from now, this should be sufficient to get everything in place that they need.
Herr Ulrich, a question. So you just mostly mention like the physical cybersecurity, you know, like how to limit the physical access to equipment. Did you also participate in implementation of cybersecurity measures, or was mostly about physical security to limit access to the equipment, and we basically just rely that the vendor of 5G just did everything right? So did you implement also some cybersecurity measures like monitoring of the endpoints or communication links? Was there any requirements to integrate it into the infrastructure?
Not on the level of the auction rules. There's nothing particular to cybersecurity was part of the regulations that were inside these the conditions that were set up in the auctions. Neither in 2015 nor 2019. I don't see that happening anytime soon either, because that's not an infrastructure topic. That is one that has been separately regulated. And we spoke about that last week. There was the conference where we said that, where we talked about regulation for 5G security and the different aspects that you need to look at if you want to comply with those. But that is completely different and has nothing to do with the actual the railway systems in this case. And the frequency allocation is something that you can use to demand of operators to invest in rural areas where they wouldn't under normal circumstances. But cybersecurity needs to be regulated outside of the framework. We've talked about the the Information Security Act that was passed just last year in Germany, and that has all the major rules for security in the 5G deployment as well, basically saying we need proof of trustworthiness by the suppliers of equipment to be able to consider their equipment in the deployment of the networks. That's the main base rule for that. But I assure you, some of the most fascinating literature that you can get your hands on at the moment is security on the network level itself. Regardless of the equipment being used, if you have Chinese or Scandinavian suppliers, it doesn't change much. If you look at the network technology itself, which is very much target for threats and needs to be looked at very thoroughly. I've read this just a month ago. The BSI, the German cybersecurity agency, the federal office for information security here in Germany, the central cybersecurity agency, has published a report on 5G internal network security. That is 80 pages alone. I haven't read it quite yet, but it's fascinating, and there's a lot to be looked at.
I have one more question. Your company, did you implement 5G in the industrial environment, as part of the industry 4.0? Did you ever implement a private cells for the industrial environments?
No actual implementations. No, we've been consulting on many levels on that as well, including frequency allocations on individual non-network operators. The last auction in 2019 had a special aspect that provided frequency allocations to regionally limited or local operators. For example, companies who'd provide this only on their own grounds or campuses for universities, where they'd have their own 5G network, and that of course had industrial applications and other communication technologies inside, but we've never implemented any of those. This is not, we're a consultancy business and not in the actual deployment.
Дякуємо, Ульріх. Будемо вас відпускати, тому що
Thank you, Ulrich. We have another speaker already asking us to let him go, to let him in. We are going really dynamic here. We're going to wait for you next time, maybe in March. We will prepare a list of questions in
My pleasure. If
advance.
it can be of any use, I'll be there.
дуже рада нашій співпраці і дякую.
Yes, we are very happy with our cooperation. Thank you. Next speaker is Kirill Gorokhovsky, the Senior Fellow of the Department for Strategic Development and Reform of the Motor Car Road Network in the state company called State Road Research and Development Institute. He'll talk to us about this belt road around Kyiv. I hope he will brief us also about what can be done and what new participants of e-communications can be involved into 5G deployment. Thank you for the introduction. I'm also a senior lecturer in Kyiv Mohyla Academy, and my interests include blockchain, 5G, and AI. I want to say from the start that if we don't build the networks from machine to machine, so end to end, it will be hard for us to roll out the Sky Internet. I am interested in covering as fast as possible and as much as possible of our country with the communications, and I'm working now with the road infrastructure, and it's very conservative. In 2020, the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Ukrainian Motor Car Road Agency signed a memorandum to start telecom duct networks along the roads in Ukraine. And it is done to cover rural areas of villages and small towns with the broadband internet. It's only 1,000 of them that are covered now. And those ducts along the roads, it was done only in two ways. First one was just an excavator digging a hole in the field, and the cable would be just put into this hole, and often it was done without any authorization. We received a lot of really interesting information, how it was done in the past, how people did that illegally under the road or in the forest, somewhere there. If you do that along the road, as they do in Germany, it requires absolutely different type of communication, but it is not regulated in Ukraine. That's why, according to the request of the Ministry for Digital Transformation and our providers, we prepared a draft of our construction standards to regulate the issue. So there is some part of the road that is sort of on the edge. So it is still owned by the road enterprise that deals with this road, that's on this road, but it is still not required to get agreement from local community because it's still close to the road. So we prepared a number of draft laws and methodologies. So we want to put those ducts and then enable the providers to lay their fiber cables using those ducts. Ukraine is still covered with those optic fibers provided by Ukrtelecom and other providers. So there is a lot that has been done and a lot of ducts that have been constructed. But myself, as an architect of telecom networks, I understand there must be access for everyone. We took into account some internal documents of this Ukrsperts Związku service, so Ukrainian information protection service. But there are problems with that, because if you put these trunk cables, it's not clear how you deal with repairs. I mean, if the Ukrainian road that requires some areas of monitoring and some communication with providers, but the biggest problem is to agree on the joint plan, because there are national roads, there are local roads. So if you need to have internet deployed in a village, it can go along the national roads, but then it move into the regional road and then to local road. And those mechanisms of approval, I mean, I see them and we develop them, and it's gonna depend on the reform on decentralization, obviously. I think, yes, together, yes, we can make it happen if we have the algorithm in place. As to the 5G, 5G is not for people. That's my opinion. So if you say that I came from Europe to Ukraine and I can't get 5G here, it's not the problem. The problem is in the other domain. I hope that with UK, Belgium, and other colleagues, this cross-border movement of UAVs, unmanned cars, and other types of vehicles, automated vehicles that cross our borders and get into our country, they must go into the roaming once they cross the border and use all advantages of roaming. And we, as Ukraine, we must monitor those unmanned vehicles to prevent accidents. I'm studying now the elements of radar infrastructure for these computer-powered vehicles to avoid accidents, especially on certain elements of our borderline. We are building now. There's an ambitious project going in Ukraine, concession-based. We don't have a law on pay roads. There's going to be a free road. Rivne, Lviv, you probably know that. Yeah, so you go until Rivne on a very good road, and then there's a nightmare with another 300 kilometers. And we need to consider not only the practices of the EU, that's very good, but it is very conservative and very slow. And our country shows that with Prozoro for state procurement, with DIA for electronic identity and digital identity solutions, we can go much faster than the EU. Someone will say that those applications are not secure. I will disagree in general. And in general, 5G too is much more resilient. There is some inheritance from 4G, obviously, certain problems, but the bulletins that NSA or ENISA or the vendors publish, there is no critical vulnerability that hackers could take advantage of. The system is very well thought through by the European Institute for Telecom Communications and by vendors and by whole global community. And this system is very hard to break. With myself and Igor Kotuba, last year we applied for EU call, smart hotels, it was called. And our participation was to ensure security for the transfer from outdoor into indoor use. And our role was to sort of unify the devices to make sure that the devices with different levels of own security do not lead to some threats or vulnerabilities, so that you cannot change something using those vulnerabilities, like change the authority levels and then fake some access and so on. So it's done much more in much complicated and complex level. If we talk about critical infrastructure, we can just, on the first stage, we can just not use the cloud paradigm. And if we do so, what we have in the law on critical infrastructure. The critical infrastructure laws no, critical infrastructure, according to the law, can include anything that can influence the viability of the population, which is e-communications, e-government, e-governance, production of vaccines. According to the recent data, this is critical industry. So we had a lot of discussions in the working groups in our committee with different people arguing that the critical infrastructure is the infrastructure that we normally, traditionally see it, like roads or other things, but it's not like that any longer. In most cases today, the critical, especially IT infrastructure, it's one thing. Yeah, thank you for your observation. I meant the critical infrastructure that ensures sustainability of public governance, like financial sector and so on. That's what I meant. I want to share with you the practices of Kazakhstan. They recently celebrated the 30th anniversary, and they covered one city fully with 5G, with thousands of outdoor sites and indoor sites. So they covered the airport, some cultural facilities, sports arenas, and the Casella, which is an operator owned partially by Kazakh Telecom. This is actually the example of this political will. And the implementation, the use of license as a trunk a communication operator and indoor site operator. And probably we should think about that too. If the operators don't want to buy nationwide 5G licenses, and if they don't want to implement the national policy on 5G technologies, maybe we should think about regional dimension. If we have the optic fiber in the entire country, the devices can be used in different regions using the same networks. Well, thank you, Kirill. I think we will have questions. We have participants for discussion. We have Marina Kartofil, an expert from a company, a renowned leader on cybersecurity and critical infrastructure in particular. We will give her the floor today. Do we have questions to Kirill? And while you are thinking about the questions, I want to comment about these cloud-based services. We conducted the research on regulation of this area and studied those challenges in terms of 5G deployment. 5G and cloud technologies are always together. The cloud technologies, cloud services are an integral element for the rollout of 5G. And in the law, we talk about the security of this process. In particular, we created a new approach, which is a white list of cloud providers. So it's not like authorizing mechanism. So it's a white list. So the regulator that's going to regulate the cloud services must check all the documents in terms of, in particular, in terms of provision of those services. And after vetting those documents, the operator can get into this white list. So in terms of legislator, no one is going to prohibit cloud services for the general staff of the Ministry of Defense, for example, because they are going to implement new technologies, in particular those that you talk about, like UAV control and everything. And that the opportunities to do that will depend on the capability that they have in terms of the service. So they won't need to build some powerful centers that will be just absorbing money from the public budget. Instead, they can use the services that are available already in the country, provided that the providers in the whitelist can indeed provide these services in the secure way, and they must prove that. And this is the part of the public-private partnership. What in the sense that we mean it, when the government doesn't build its own infrastructure with public budget, but it uses the commercial infrastructure on the conditions that the government has established to make this public-private partnership happen. And those conditions must be in place for a long period of time. Yeah, I understand your paradigm. According to this paradigm, the Microsoft that provide these services to the American government, for example, or other types of services, like Denova, Cosmonova that we have, they established the system for IT security. There are mechanisms in place, but that all will be valid until the infrastructure is compromised, because the hackers are also competing. Microsoft, for several months, is facing those critical vulnerabilities, and now they have another company that produces patches for their operating systems. That leads to enormous threats. If you talk about road construction, we have the road contracts now, and we sell them with 7-year guarantee. But this is not for the first time you do that. The guarantee has always been there, but no one ever checked it, really. We had a research on that, and I can confirm definitely this is not the first time that you have that kind of guarantee. Indeed, the contracts have been there, but the system of sanctions, this is the only, this is something that we are developing only for the first time. Yeah, we had a question here. The white list is something like the trusted services list in the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Yes, indeed, it's something like that. The public services must be secure because the law on critical infrastructure sets additional requirements. In addition to requirements that are set out in the law on cloud services, cloud technologies. I hope, yes, in March we will talk more about the roads. Maybe by that time the operators will prepare their questions that they may have on how to establish the cooperation. I want to give the floor to Dmitro Nekraha, and he will talk to us more about the cooperation with the agency, about the cooperation issues, and in particular the public-private partnership in the area of cybersecurity. Good morning. I'm an expert on IT technologies and IT security in the Ukrainian Institute for Future. And one of our researchers was focused on investment opportunities into IT area as part of public-private partnerships. The law on PPP and concessions has no requirement where IT could be involved. What I mean is every IT guy who wants to invest into an IT project must give a proof that this is a socially important service. So he needs to get a whole lot of permits from different authorities. So we prepared a suggestion, an offer
всеми сферами, на которые впрямую распространяется норма державного приватного партнерства, цифровую инфраструктуру.
We suggested to include digital infrastructure to the list of critical and a number of other suggestions, but they have not been implemented yet. So if we consolidate our efforts, if we prepare our proposals, and if we offer them, and if we put them into law, that will help us improve the climate in the IT area. It will help us get additional funding. I also want to refer to a USAID report, National Strategy for Increase of Direct Foreign Investment in Ukraine. There is section 2.3, digital infrastructure. It says that the international organizations, international partners are ready to invest in Ukraine, but unfortunately, under the PPP arrangement, that's difficult. So to develop the IT area, to raise international funds, we need to change the law on PPP and introduce a clause that would cover IT sector. That will help to increase the investments, that will help the governmental authorities to address the issue of security. In particular, that will help it will help facilitate the 5G along the railway roads. That will help to establish SOCs and develop the digital infrastructure in general. So I suggest to join effort to take joint efforts and to promote these changes. Thank you.
Що все ж таки ми підготуємо спільні пропозиції, яким
We are going to prepare joint proposals how this needs to be done. And to complete our discussion today, I think after the break, I will talk about recommendations based on the researches that our experts conducted. So we considered all the aspects related to 5G rollout in the EU, on the national level, in EU nations, in Asian countries, and we looked at those problems, challenges that they had before the auction, after the auction, what frequencies were allocated, and so on. So I will talk about those proposals, recommendations, comments on how Ukraine needs to build this process. And we will put them forward to you for wide discussion. And hopefully in March, we will consider what we managed to do and what we didn't manage to do. Because the 5G development plan is a comprehensive issue. I think an expert after yourself will join us to share our the legislative view on the 5G rollout. Hopefully by March we'll have a new regulator according to the new law that Alexander is gonna present in the parliament today. We hope it will be voted for. Dmitro, the member of our working group for the development of law on cybersecurity, thank you. And I would like to give the floor now to Alexei Kuznetsov, director for the department, deputy director, the Department for Licensing. I already promoted you. Thank you for inviting me. Very interesting topic. Very interesting to learn information about the experience of Germany. Ulrich shared interesting aspects of licensing of 5G in Germany, although, as you all quite flexible and it enables every country to take their own policies. So when you talked about numbers like 100 megabits on national roads and 50 on regional roads, well, unfortunately, for us, we have quite controversial view on that, because we don't have that developed railway transportations and as they have in Germany. If we talk about Ukrainian railway, I would say that our law on e-communications has a number of new clauses. There is such thing as technological neutrality of services or networks. And if we talk about Ukrzaliznytsia, maybe we would need to look at different technologies, not only 5G or 4G. We would probably need to look at broadband or satellite networks that in the future may be part of 5G as a satellite component. We recently conducted a research, and we as a regulator, we provided an opportunity to show the advantages of 4G for operators and for users. There is an interesting research by Ericsson and Nokia or Huawei and Unit City. And they involved IT companies to those researchers and prepare software. They tested the interfaces to look how the interested organizations or suppliers where they can find this financial interest to implement those technologies. So that we don't restrict ourselves only to the operators of mobile communications. So that's the answer to the question why the 5G is being deployed so slowly, because indeed the operators don't see the financial interest, financial benefits between 4G and 5G, although we do. I would like also to say that 5G networks indeed probably need to be looked at connection between machines and Internet of Things. These are the benefits of this technology that can be used in the future. Recently, a decision has been made that enables every participant that wants to conduct a research and check the new technologies, how they work in practice. So that gives them radio frequencies, some temporary access to those radio frequencies for some time, for trial time, and that they get all the test base stations and the networks, like they did in China when they deployed over 3,000 base stations for testing 5G. So the development of profile that's going to be accessible on those networks. And I hope that Ukrzaliznytsia, as an interested party, will also choose a number of technologies, will approach us and test them. I know they are looking at a certain segment at Ukrzaliznytsia, thinking of 4G, 5G or broadband. And those opportunities that our commission is going to establish and offer them will enable those interested parties to test those technologies, to research them and make the decision whether this technology, whether appropriate technology will be effective for their core activities.
Щодо експериментів, які дає можливості, тому що якщо у вас буде
Talking about those experiments, if you can have some time after the break, we'll have Mr. Kozinski, and he'll talk to us why the energy sector is interested in 5G and what they would need to deploy electric networks of the new generation. And I hope we will look not only at railways, but at other players. Maybe afterwards the operators will make other conclusions afterwards. Because operators indeed say at the moment that they have no economic interest to develop those technologies because they think this is expensive, very expensive. We don't know how expensive that is, and our discussions deal also with other aspects like the Internet of Things, because we are consumers of those services that are going to be built on 5G. And certainly we as consumers have the right to express our views, and we can say what we need and what we don't need. Like Kirill says here that they will need the technology or of advanced communications to build the trunk networks to use like UAVs, for example, that may be in the Ukrainian road.
Однією з перших рекомендацій, яку я буду пропонувати,
And
все
one
ж
of the
таки
first recommendations I'm going to make is to conduct a major joint economic study and a survey to actually try and understand better what the potential costs are and what are the benefits and who could participate in this market. You know, if cell phone operators are not interested, somebody else might. You know, the law provides for the possibility to share the existing infrastructure, including towers and so on. So we may, in fact, just find some sort of a win-win solution, some sort of a win-win mechanisms that could help Ukraine make that breakthrough and achieve a whole new level of digitalization, because obviously digitalization is not just the transformation of existing services, but also creation of the new ones as well. So thank you very much for your support. And, our regulator has been extremely professional and deserves a lot of our credit and acclaim for that. And hopefully you will continue to boost your capabilities to become a referee, between the service providers and the consumers to ensure the so-called neutrality, where everyone is maybe not doing that great, but at least everybody is doing the same. So obviously, ultimately it's the consumers who will have to bear the part of that price as well in the long run. So anyway, that's exactly why we're here and discussing these issues, and it is our purpose to give the platform for all the stakeholders to voice their opinions. Hopefully next time operators and the railways company will be better prepared for this type of discussion. And in fact, we send out an invitation to the chairman of the board of Ukrzaliznytsia, and I understand that there may have been not enough time, too short of a time window to respond to that. So we'll fix that next time. But, on the other hand, I don't think it's a good idea for Ukrzaliznytsia to build up those services themselves. So I don't think that the company that will ultimately and eventually be sold to private ownership should do this. So, and putting the burden on taxpayers is not a good idea. I don't think so. So a PPP perhaps, or some similar mechanism, I think could be a potential solution there. So hopefully the MPs will support those initiatives, but somebody has to come up with those initiatives first, because what you hear people say is that, look, PPP doesn't exist, but I don't hear a lot of people describe the way they would like to see those PPPs exist and function. So yeah, I mean, it's good to voice the problems, but you also have to provide solutions. And this is still a very much a developing area, and we're still working out the regulations. So I think it's a good idea to make sure that we deconflict the development requirements and information security requirements for these new types of networks. So thank you very much. Stick around and let me pass the floor on to Roman Kimic, who is a founder of the Digital Space Trust Working Group. Okay, I see we have a question, Roman. Just a second. So yeah, Roman will. So there's a question. Can you give us some examples of services of businesses that could not be provided using 4G LTE technology, could only be realized using 5G? Okay, yeah, well, I don't think Alexei can respond to this question because obviously Alexei's main main role is licensing and regulation. I think Roman, I think the question is for Vladimir Kozyrsky, and he will take the stage later on, and I think he'll be able to explain what some of the services attainable only by 5G technologies are. Okay, so yeah, Roman, over to you. So yeah, let me try and respond to this question as well. So what are some of the things that existing networks can't achieve? So everything that has to do with remote control and remote management of, let's say, fast-moving objects, UAVs, or self-driving vehicles. You see, the LTE networks experience 15 to 20 millisecond lag, and this is way too much to be able to control systems remotely, because obviously, you have to multiply the lag by 2, right? So basically, you have the outgoing signal, then processing happens, and then the signal comes back. So we're looking at 40 milliseconds of lag, right? So in case of UAVs and self-driving vehicles, this is way too much. So speaking of the 5th generation network, well, those networks could be standalone, autonomous. So the ones that are not a sort of a that have not built on top of existing 4G networks, and non-standalone, so integrated networks, right, built on top of existing infrastructure. So the minimum lag is achievable only when using autonomous standalone architecture. So if you look at 5G network development in Germany, and for example, right, so most existing networks are not standalone. So they have been built on top of existing networks, and they can't, in fact, achieve all those things that the manufacturers marketed. And it's only in some areas where those high performance, high output networks actually operate and perform. So yeah, back to your question. So things, fast moving objects, UAVs and autonomous vehicles, where 40 millisecond lag is way too much. And then secondly, anything that has to do with the so-called slicing. So virtual segmentation of networks, in other words. So yeah, you have some of its elements, but the 5th generation network can or is in fact allowing for much more than what's available today. So yes, yeah, there is a big difference. Okay, so onto my presentation. 5th generation security challenges for individuals and institutional incapacity. So let me just say a few words about this working group that we have co-founded with Lilia. So it's a security and trust in digital space work group. It emerged in summer 2019 in response to ambitious plans of the new president of Ukraine, plans pertaining to digital transformation of Ukraine. So our group began working on addressing the issue of securing the needs and protecting the rights of individuals, consumers of electronic services. So that is something that is what I call a very unique sort of point of view that other industries do not really have. So speaking about critical infrastructure protection, and we've heard a lot of ideas being floated, and there's one common thing. All these events are mostly focused on so-called cyber attacks as an intended deliberate disruption of the service delivery, resulting in threats to national security. So we're talking about diversion, subversions to try and disrupt operational or manufacturing systems. So, right, the management is in panic, everybody's concerned, the regulator demands actions be taken. So this is how the typical situation looks like. Now, secondly, the business interests and the authorities' interests have to be or are in the center of this communication, the center of this dialogue. Whereas interests of individuals, including, property losses, threat to life and limb, are rarely mentioned, if at all. So as a result, there's this constant blind spot in the eyesight of the operators, where everything seems to be working okay, whereas consumers have to suffer. So from the standpoint of regulations and everything else, everything's fine, but then the standpoint of the quality of services that consumers get, well, it is highly problematic. So there's another threat where mobile phone numbers could be hijacked to get access to bank accounts and other financials of the individual. And this is a major problem, as cell phone numbers are used as a way of authenticating. And obviously this if you look at the statistics, the losses are huge, and especially if a person has to suffer from financial losses, seeing loans taken under their name and so on. And if individuals have to face these types of problems, the repercussions are way more severe than for, let's say, an illegal entity. It could lead to suicide, people losing their life savings. So this is not the same. And unfortunately, none of the four authorities having to do with this issue aren't doing a good enough of a job. Well, they aren't doing anything. In fact, the only authority that has done something is the parliament, although it was mostly declaration. So once again, yesterday, we had another major disruption in our electronic healthcare system. So, the system is so centralized that you can't actually treat the patients unless you have connection to the core element of the system, the central element of the system. And this is the same for all the healthcare institutions all at once. Electronic trust services, I'm not even going to say anything. The national ownership rights information exchange system has been disrupted. So yeah, that's a big issue. So regulating of 5G networks arose from the purely security concerns. So initially, Chinese manufacturers and the Chinese People's Republic at large became a sort of a focal point of allegations, espionage allegations, spearheaded by the US and other Western governments, turning China into a scapegoat of sorts. Now, over last years, the approach to 5G security changed completely. If you look at the current documents, there's a totally different threat landscape. There are different risk management tools in place. For example, untrusted manufacturers and third country interaction, third country interference is but one of many threats listed in the documents. So a lot of these documents also posit that achieving a universal 100% security is impossible and local context should be taken into account. So let's just spend a few moments talking about individuals' security in purely Ukrainian context. Well, last year has seen a growth of fraudulent call centers, a so-called business aiming to defraud Ukrainian citizens. There are reports of hundreds of such companies that exist and operate without even hiding. So what we're seeing is the Russian scenario of cybercrime, including all those very typical attacks, patents, and government response as well. So basically what happens is crime is levying a sort of a tax, having melded with the large corporates. So citizens are then forced to pay a sort of a duty or a fee to these criminals, hoping for the best. Ukraine since 1995 has been considered a European reservoir of tuberculosis, and by the same token, right now Ukraine is turned into a reservoir of cybercrime. Unfortunately, there are no authorities out there to try and deal with issues the individuals have to face in cyberspace and digital space. So, government interference should include, first of all, collecting data, conducting analysis, conducting modeling and other forms of theoretical insight and inquiry, then provide suggestions and conducting advocacy. What Russia is doing, well, I've been highly skeptical of that. However, in Russia, at least there are some professional analytical materials available, as a result of several studies conducted there. And, the discussion is taking place, whereas in Ukraine, it doesn't. So the fundamental problem is maybe best described as this triangle of doom between government, business, and consumers. So in cell phone services and mobile coverage, interests of consumers are not just neglected, they are not even defined, not even described. So I mean, people fail to even realize what those interests are, let alone being able to articulate those interests. So there are several agencies out there that imitate this activity, but this is it. So it is our job to try and form some meaningful agenda, however difficult that may be. Now, speaking about the security of our citizens, digital security of our citizens, one has to recognize that government authorities are simply incapable of upholding those interests and keeping citizens secure. So, if you look at what NCARZ members, some representatives said the other night, where they said that the SMS, text messaging is not a good channel to send OTP passwords. And they said that, yeah, well, you could fix it by making those passwords longer. All right. And then on the other hand, the National MBU has its own unique view, saying that a single one-time password, just as actually pressing the button on the screen, is a pretty adequate way for the citizen, for the consumer, to act and actually equalize this type of action with physical or digital signature in terms of how it should be treated. Now, the Ministry of Digital Transformation has maintained that the personal data is not being exchanged when using their flagship app, the DIA. I don't frankly understand how this could be, because obviously, in DIA, you have to actually verify your identity to get access to all those digital documents. I don't understand how they can say that the data isn't being exchanged. However, it is the business that is playing a major role in promoting the problem, because business has the tools, has the capabilities to counteract crime and interdict crime, yet they're not doing this. Because to take some of those steps means to go against the intrinsic interests of business, meaning reduced profits, meaning reduced usability of products and services. So countering crime or trying to mitigate crime will affect their economic interests, will affect their figures. So so this is the problem that cannot be addressed from a purely business perspective or position. So the government needs to get involved, the public needs to get involved, because the business has no incentive to try and solve this problem, by coming up with adequate mitigation strategies. So in summary, I'd just like to point your attention to a quote by European Community regarding 5G network security. And it says here that 5G networks is a combination of infrastructure elements, including components belonging to previous generations. So 5G networks should be understood as a collection of elements enabling the network to exist. In other words, it actually makes no sense to consider 5G network security in isolation, because obviously it has to be taken as a part of a bigger whole.
На сьогоднішній день питання щодо безпеки найбільш чисельної групи користувачів це стейкхолдерів, а саме фізичні
Currently, the issue of security of the largest group of stakeholders, I'm talking about consumers, at least needs some spotlight be shown on it, right? So there needs to be some discussion, and there needs to be some inquiry. The inquiry needs to take place into what could be done, and this needs to involve the government and the business, and because otherwise we'll just have to state that what 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 happens is just a blatant display of incapability, especially when dealing with individuals.
Ну, у мене, можливо, є тільки
I have
одне
one question only. I mean, I'm involved in critical infrastructure, industrial systems, and obviously, yes, there's a lot of interest in 5G technologies, because obviously it's always more expedient to use wireless technologies, and the latency is very low in 5G technologies. But are there any actual plans to introduce anything like this in Ukraine? Is there interest on the part of the industrial community? Yeah, in fact, yeah, Vodafone Ukraine conducted a very interesting presentation. So they took a bunch of people and they took them on a tour, and they showed them some of their pilot projects. And the one they saw had to do with remote control systems. It was actually built using 4G technologies. They're planning a transition to 5G. So effectively, yeah, we're basically they're managing this remote control systems for heavy machinery working at this huge quarry in Ukraine. So I think they're also pairing up with the DTEC to provide some industrial control systems and remote industrial control systems for this company. So obviously, there are a lot of large industries in Ukraine, a lot of big facilities that are that could benefit from better management, industrial control systems. So yeah, and obviously automation is something that companies are very much interested in, because they're having to deal with lack of talent, with logistics, having to move people around and so on, to manage and run complex machineries, whereas you could achieve the same effect with the industrial control systems, remote control systems. So yeah, operators are convinced that there's a lot of potential in all of this. But the problem is that implementing these technologies costs a lot of money. And obviously, we can expect the government to use 5G spectrum as a way to squeeze out additional revenues for the government. So I mean, it won't make any sense for these companies to start using 5Gs. In some countries 5G technologies are tax exempt, but unfortunately Ukrainian state has traditionally considered the radio telecommunications market as a sort of a milk cow, that all they want to do is get milk from without feeding all that much. So yeah. So for example, to give you an interesting stat, Ukrainian operators or earn 7 times less per square kilometer of covered area than the Polish operators do, right? So it makes very little sense for them. Yes, exactly. Because I agree. And, in critical infrastructure, we operate very much uh, in an isolated fashion, building up and creating our own networks. And then all of a sudden, if we need to hook back up to internet, we can't. Yes. And you know what? There is no separate regulation of private networks. And as a result, in previous years, operators didn't really want to get involved because they couldn't figure out their administrative costs, and those costs are expected, or have always been expected to be very high. But then when NKRZ became sort of more lenient recently in the last couple of years, and then some that which led to some projects popping up, and hopefully the regulator will don't get in the way. I have a question. Can I ask a question? Yes. But while you're still thinking on your question, Oleksiy Kuznetsov passed some of his responses to questions he was asked. He had to leave, but he sent me some answers here. Yeah, so 5.8 gigahertz band is reserved for smart mobility technologies. As far as Internet of Things, there are 3 levels: short distance, mid distance, 5-10 kilometers, and city-wide networks using 5G, as a baseline technology. So 868 megahertz and 2.5 gigahertz have been made available for short distance, 400 megahertz in UHF, and those are already being used for smart meters. The 400 megahertz one does. So, and KZ sets the implementation date for the beginning of 2021, and meaning and the network is currently available. So this is what the deputy department director had to say regarding the questions we had. Now, Mr. Bakalinski, over to you, and unmute yourself, please. Please do unmute yourself. So yeah, now that the critical infrastructure law has been signed and made effective, I have a question. So cell operators will probably be designated as critical infrastructure as well. So how do you think this will affect the development? Them being critical infrastructure. So on one hand, having to provide 5G services, and on the other hand, being a critical infrastructure, then you're having those private networks and those large industrial companies and operators. And so speaking of cybersecurity, are there any contradictions you're seeing in all of this? Well, to be honest, I think the biggest problem is the issue of critical infrastructure. The critical infrastructure itself is not exhaustively defined. No one legal act can give a complete definition of a concept, right? Of any concept, and the legal framework then needs to come up with a lot of interpretations and clarifications. So cell phone operators, well, speaking of infrastructure, it could be both technical and organizational. So a cell operator can in fact be an operator of several infrastructures, right? For example, identification infrastructure. I think, yes, it should have been acknowledged long ago that mobile networks are the most, you know, is the most commonly used identification technology and tool. So what you have to do is draw up some large, big organizational schemes, charts to see where those, in what space those entities operate, where they overlap, and so on. Because what I hear a lot is some sort of a, tongue-in-cheek word juggling going on here, and I think we should get more specific when defining critical infrastructure. And I know operators are not big fans of being designated as critical infrastructure, and I kind of agree with them, and then I also disagree on some issues. So yeah, what needs to happen is some sort of a discussion. We need to sit down together, all of us, because it makes no sense just sending each other letters and energy providers will become will be designated as critical infrastructure as well. Them supplying power to cell operators, right? So this is all interconnected. So that's exactly what we're trying to do here, establishing some sort of a professional discussion. And, we need to have a broader perspective. We need to hear what all players have to say, all stakeholders on both sides of the board, so to speak. So we want to make sure that regulation of these services to be provided by these critical infrastructure operators are, or the service can continue to be delivered despite regulations. And we don't want the regulation to get in the way. We want the services to be uninterruptible. So that's exactly why we pose those three questions of whether the state, the government, is actually able to participate as an equal partner in partnership and not trying to impose its will every single time, trying to stay on top of that pyramid, whether it's actually capable of, playing as an equal partner. And then this is, the second issue is about the level of that regulation. So how deep this regulation should go, because obviously the entire market will have to use those regulations, not just cell operators. So we're still at the stage where we could fix things and make additions and subtractions from the law as we are drafting the cybersecurity law, the primary industry law going forward. And the problem is, I think that a lot of those who we see invited to take part in this work are unwilling to participate, where and just sort of falling back to their typical approach, where you guys, you go ahead and draft that law, and then you'll send it to us, and we'll tell you what we think. So that's not the way to go. What needs to happen is a broad, open discussion involving everyone. But we need some sort of a compromise. It doesn't have to be good. It can be bad. It will be bad. But it's a compromise. And consumers will have to bear the price because security costs a lot of money, and operators will have to bear a part of that cost because licenses are not free of charge, obviously. So that's the question we need to ask, because if our operators decide to actually dive into 5G concept, we may need to consider European experience and Israeli experience, where government is compensating and reimbursing a lot of the costs and making exemptions, reducing license prices, for 5G licenses, and then reimbursing to those who can build better, quicker, faster in critical areas designated by the state. Because obviously, if you're in the middle of nowhere, you may not need 5G. But then if you have a city of Bilatserkva, which is growing fast and about to hit a 1 million inhabitant level in no time soon, so obviously the city will need those fast networks. So yeah, the government needs to step in and needs to do something. Yeah, there are plans to build an airport, a lot of development initiatives, a lot of investment going on. But then a lot of those projects are lacking management tools and infrastructure. So, if the government sends out an invitation to investors to come and do something here, they need to be able to provide some basic services, some infrastructure first. Yeah, make sure you switch your microphone. Yeah, I mean, we've discussed this many times, when we worked on the critical infrastructure draft law, and we mentioned all these things. And then also the government, you have to understand, the authorities is not just some entity. These are people who are there to protect citizens, protect interests of everyone. The old lady in the village, and the big company as well. So the state, the government is a very ethereal concept. It's all of us. But I think we heard a very good point today that the government, the state, the authorities can't do this alone. Just as in any other countries. And then the private sector can't do this alone. It needs government. So yeah, there needs to be a compromise, and we need to all pitch in and work towards the betterment of critical infrastructure in Ukraine. Yeah, we're going to have Professor Rezersky online soon, and he will speak about some of the potential solutions involving scientific parks or science parks, which there are quite a few already in Ukraine, and what these science parks are. We'll hear from Professor Kaczynski. And Mr. Bakalinsky clearly confirmed the fact that we've had these discussions as we were drafting the law, critical infrastructure. So, for example, there are no fines for critical infrastructure operators, because obviously they need to provide uninterrupted services, and they can and are free to go about doing this the way they see fit. And when the law, yeah, and you may have found it surprising, but in fact we discussed all these things when we had been developing the law on critical infrastructure. So hopefully these types of discussions can actually help us reach reach the new level. And yeah, I mean, go beyond just infrastructure, especially in the context of PPPs. You also have to think about services these days. Cybersecurity is a service, and a lot of these services could be provided as a part of a PPP or by PPPs. So And that's something that warrants further dialogue, because we need to sit down with the operators and try and glean some insight into what the right conditions need to be for them to start implementing 5G technologies. Because as it says right now, they just don't have any incentive to do that. You just don't see economic sense in this. Because otherwise, we're risking lagging behind everyone else. Because I hope we won't become some sort of a third world country when it comes to these technologies. Hopefully that won't happen. There are a couple more questions I see. Had some questions there in the chat. No, I don't think we have any questions anymore.
Роман, ви хочете
So,
ще щось?
Roman, would you like to add anything? Because otherwise, we'll have to wrap up this first part. Before we break for lunch. Because after lunch, we're back here to discuss energy. Okay, now you don't have any comments, do you? Okay, good. I think you've admitted one important question. The electronic governance. Electronic governance and e-government in general can and should be considered critical infrastructure. Not all of it, not across the board, but the informational infrastructure primarily that is involved in e-government. Something that can affect service delivery for citizens. So things like e-health, things like DIA, especially as we're seeing the trend towards DIA becoming, essential for a lot of the processes, which may warrant its transition into structure. So hopefully the Ministry of Digital Transformation, I'm sure they're paying attention to what we're doing here. I'm sure they'll take a look at these processes. And I understand, Roman, you're spending a lot of time debunking myths about DIA. And there's a lot of criticism out there as well, and I totally get the criticism as a personal data protection specialist, but hopefully it's in this realm, the DIA will be able to find some common ground, not having to go back to this discussion again. Because I don't really like when market access and people working on the other end of the spectrum, the way to discuss thing, it is not very professional, not very well mannered or cultured. And I would like some of our cybersecurity expert listening to consider this and reduce their hostility and aggressiveness when discussing, debating normal things, having a discussion, having a dialogue. Because what happens is that you just have two poles sitting on different ends of the spectrum and just cannot find any way to conduct a polite discussion. And that's something we do need to see happen, so long as we want to provide better services and more secure services to our citizens. I hope the other side will appreciate that a little bit, because we're all in the same boat. We're all trying to achieve the same result. It's always easy to criticize the Ministry of Digital Transformation, but I'm sure not a lot of those experts would like to fill in their shoes there, because this is hell right there. Because having to engineer, having to create new services, and then having to transform the country in this super high intensity, high pace mode. That's not something I would wish upon anyone. So yeah, you have to realize that the government, the state, citizens, place or have very high hopes and expectations of the ministry. Ministry is sort of leading the way when it comes to digital transformation, and hopefully, the others will appreciate that fact more and and pay more attention to all of this. While on the other hand, I hope the security issues will be addressed. I know those issues are quite complicated, but I'm not a technical expert myself. So although I can facilitate a broader discussion involving all the stakeholders, and that's something we're seeking to achieve here. Hopefully, this will lay some groundwork for this more professional, less emotional dialogue to proceed. I don't quite understand why there's ferociously defends some of the concepts, right? So I'm in total favor.
Інформації, яку накопить до сервісів і послуг. Чудова ідея, дуже непогана
I'm in
реалізація.
favor of using DIA as a way for the citizens to receive the services, administrative services that they need. The questions I have are the questions directed at some services that are just being implemented in an insecure way. I'm not the digital ministry's enemy. I'm not on the jihad. I'm not on a crusade. I mean, I'm not I'm not a ideology kind of person. I'm unbiased, basically. So, and then other than the digital ministry, I don't see who else could have taken up this responsibility of protecting a regular Ukrainian little people, small people. So yeah, I totally get the situation they're in. They have KPIs, they got a lot of hype going for them, saying, but and yeah, I'm addressing the ministry and its leadership. Yeah, just have to think about taking up this responsibility, protecting the average guy. So, because I mean, conceptually speaking, there's not a lot to be done, and we can help. And going back to the issue of critical infrastructure, I had a look at the existing legislation. I mean, I studied it in pretty great detail, and I think a lot of these questions will self-resolve when we will have identified clear-cut designation criteria. Because what happens oftentimes, the limits set by the law are pretty broad, but sometimes during implementation, people try to designate something as critical infrastructure that is not critical infrastructure. So you don't want to have 1/3 of your economy designated as critical infrastructure, because it defeats the entire concept. It makes the concept moot. So you have to be very selective, very careful in choosing and designating. I agree. entirely, although Directive 114, EU Directive 114, it says that the laws need to set general criteria and everything else. Criteria and everything else is to be addressed by the governments in a sort of a ad hoc mode, especially for a country like ours, a country that is in the state of war with a neighboring country, and we totally get that the critical infrastructure issue is highly important. And I actually had a discussion with local authorities and asked them, what do you think or the critical infrastructure means for you? And he says everything is critical. They say everything is critical infrastructure. Yeah, just everything is critical infrastructure. Because sewerage, water supply, energy, gas supply, everything is critical infrastructure for them. So if you take a typical local authority, everything is critical infrastructure because infrastructure in a very critical shape, I guess. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sort of awareness raising left to do, explaining left to do as to what the concept is and what it's all about. They fail to understand their role in this entire process. So Kirill mentioned today that you have international highways, regional roads, and local roads, right? And when local authorities, just got ownership of those unfinished local roads overnight with huge potholes and so on, and we're bestowed with all the responsibilities and obligations that come with it, having to finish the construction and so on, and they weren't too happy, to say the least. So I think the government should revise its policy in this area and in the area of actually doing something to build coverage at least alongside your national highways, because what we've got right now is totally unsatisfactory. The road industry exists in isolation. The communication industry exists in isolation, which is not the way to go. Anyway, thanks for participating. I don't see any further questions. So please be back by 1:45. Correct? So yeah, 1:35, 1:45 p.m. And we're going to discuss industrial facilities and industrial control systems using 5G or industrial control systems. And we're going to hear from two experts, from Volodymyr Kozlowski, who is actually involved in building such a network, and he will describe why 5G is important. And then we also have Evgen Vladimirov, former CDTF from the Ministry of Energy, to join in the discussion. So please be back by 1:45 p.m. Ukraine time, and after that, we're going to have a short discussion as to what will need to happen in the future, what are some of the analytical documents we have prepared, what legislative changes are still needed, and what questions need to be answered, including conformity assessment issue, labs that can help create safe 5G networks in terms of healthcare. That's the issue we haven't yet touched upon. I think we should invite somebody from the Ministry of Healthcare to talk about the safety of 5G technology before people start toppling those towers out of irrational fear. Thank you for your attention, and I'll see you later.
Ще раз добрий день всім.
Once again, good afternoon. We are the civil society organization, informational security and IT experts of SPA and others are inviting you to attend the second part of our forum. Today, we're discussing the public-private partnership for cybersecurity and critical infrastructure and introduction of 5G on critical infrastructure facilities. We have Vladimir Kazirsky, a well-respected professor, the distinguished scientist in Ukraine, director of Technological Park Innovations in Energy sector. So Vladimir promised to tell us why the energy requires 5G in big amounts, because our mobile operators really doubt whether they need to build those networks. So we hope that you can give them details, what, where, how, and why you need those 5G networks. Vladimir, please switch on. Can you hear me? Yes. So I'm gonna share my presentation to make my speech substantial. I've been involved into energy area for over 40 years, and what I have here on the screen, 5G, the baseline platform for development of smart grid technologies in Ukraine, in energy. I wanna say that I'm fully support the idea of 5G in energy. We can talk about the development of electric energy sector and why it can't develop without 5G. It can exist for some time, but won't be able to develop without 5G. So please check it out. According to the focus of the International Energy Agency, by 2030, the electric power consumption will double, which requires the increase of generation, distribution, transmission. And can we, over 10 years, build so many power plants and transmit that big amount of power? The energy sector of 21st century is showing and is looking for trends like resilience, accessibility, security, reliability, and these elements are mandatory. They're key. What we have today, the capacity of power grids, capacities are not sufficient. The number of small-scale power generations can disrupt the resilience. You know that we have 35,000 solar power plants, and there are increasingly more developing and emerging, and that leads to disruption because the dispatchers don't know what kind of power, how many elements of power those solar power plants have. But we need to ensure the balance because you need to produce as much electricity as it is consumed. So that leads to the fact that so many processes lead to some stalemate. And we need to decide what needs to be done for in development of the power electricity. There are three characteristics of the modern electricity: intellect, so intellectual systems, system-wide approach, so technologies of comprehensive regulation, technologies, accumulation of power plant, decentralization, and new generation of power plant. And environmentalization, the third pillar. If you want me to sum up, I would say that the concept of innovative transformation of electricity sector requires a fully integrated, self-regulated and self-renewable system that includes all types of generation, trunk and distribution networks that are managed by a single network in real-time mode. Now, the question is that possible without 5G? I can't imagine how you can do that possibly without 5G, but we must start already doing that. So this intellectualization of electricity, once again, what I mean by saying intellect, yeah, intellectualization. Let's imagine there is a big system, comprehensive system with a lot of sensors, and sensors inform about all the processes. This information is stored, analyzed, and the system can make decision what needs to be done. Also, such an intellectual system can forecast the actions of the whole system or individual elements for some time in the future. And that would ensure the most level, the highest level of efficiency of the entire system. So there is a urgent need to move to new type of energy systems with new qualities. Quality number one is managing processes in real time. I don't think it is possible without 5G because the processes, I mean the process of electric and mechanical, these processes are very fast, and the decisions need to be made fast. And there are automation tools, decentralized tools that can operate locally. And I mean that we need to be able to manage complex systems in a complex way. And we need absolutely different style of control. The development of transportation of electricity to long distances, development of technologies for accumulation of electricity, and development of generation, decentralized generation, all the processes cannot possibly develop without 5G. To assess the level of the use of intellect in the world, the term smart grid is used. So it's self-monitoring analysis and reporting technology. So it's a self-controlling, self-analyzing and reporting technology. So I like these prepared by the US corporation. So once again, it's a fully automated energy system that ensures two-way flow of electric energy and information between electric stations and devices. And they talk about two-way flow, yeah, between electric power plants and the devices, between consumers and generators, between networks and consumers. With the use of advanced technologies, instruments, and methods, the smart grid fills the electric energy sector with knowledge that help to dramatically increase the efficiency of the electric system in general, of the electric grid. In the whole world, the energy sector is moving towards this goal. I work in university, I teach the smart grid technologies in the electric power sectors. I've been doing that for 3 years, and I also teach in Polish university in Warsaw. I also deliver the course there on how the electric power system is going to develop with help of smart grid approach. So this is how we see modern power generation, power sector. It's gonna everything's gonna be connected. The generation, distribution, they're going to be connected. Everything that generates, transmits, and consumes electricity, that's going to be operating within one single concept. This is the illustration of the stowaway flows. This control center here, can it control the entire system, which is very slow? You can't do that. You can do that only with 5G. The Americans calculated, based on the Colorado state data, they took the time from 20 to 25 and looked at the efficiency of smart grids, the electricity consumption, the capacity, the reduction of consumption during the peak loads, CO2 emissions and everything. So you can see the right with these technologies. If we talk about smart grid for power industry, the following are the properties that are added. Self-restoration in emergency consumer. So the end consumer with his electric car, for example, because imagine how many electric systems in cars we're going to have in our country. So if you plan to drive about 100 kilometers and your accumulators have been charged for 400, 500 kilometers. So if you connect the system, your car, to the grid can kind of borrow the remaining electricity because it may need it for the entire grid, and it can pay you for this capacity. Next one is resistance to negative influences, reliability and quality of electricity, diversity of electrical plants, and so on. So, I mean, the experts who understand these points that I'm making will tell you that it is impossible to do it with 4G, because you need a system that gives you faster huge amounts of data. Without 5G, it is impossible to reach all those goals in the power industry. 5G enables you to transmit the data fast to the system, respond to incidents, helps you to forecast different situations, helps to promptly detect theft or losses of electricity. So we can talk a lot about that, but 5G really helps, in particular, reduce the cost of electricity transmission. We can reduce the tariffs of electricity, the cost of electricity. Helps to radically increase the reliability of electric supplies and quality. It helps to diversify the power generation too. I can say also that we understand that we are in the situation when bit manages what? The Internet of Things, your technologies you know about, they are being introduced a lot. And we in our university where I work, we have a lot of researchers to train students, because the students know the new technologies, and they can be trained on the use of these technologies in the modern world. So the energy expert, if he graduates from the school and goes to work at a plant, the first question he's going to ask is where the Internet of Things at your facility. The power industry is being digitalized in the whole world. And these advanced technologies are being introduced vastly. A couple of examples how the Internet of Things is introduced in the energy. The meters that send data to the supplier, so without the human factor. The operator can control the equipment of a power plant and address problems or failures. It can calculate, it can plan repairs. The system of centers helps to monitor and control the workloads and the capacities on the in the network. Modern networks are going to be diverse, and their configuration will be able to change fast, and the network needs to adapt fast with due regard to the losses of electricity or excess. But that's possible only with modern technologies, and modern technologies can happen only with 5G. With AI, we can get this electricity and power system that can be operated in real time. That's our ultimate goal. We have the term that we call it digital substation. We don't say digital substation now, which is an electricity substation that has digital technology installed. You can see the whole load of this kind of clusters here, as you see. They're going to be replaced with the picture to your right, because everything they do can be done with help of algorithms. So those computers can perform those functions that were performed earlier with these relay systems for automated switch on, switch off and everything. As an example, 2 years ago, Siemens produced this transformer. Without 5G, this transformer is not going to work. Why? Because look at that. 2,300 different sensors within this transformer. And those sensors provide data, and the kind of system understands what's going on with the transformer. It can project its actions and prevent emergencies. So this huge flow of information, and that's only from one transformer. I assure you that that's not going to work without 5G. Smart micro networks, virtual power plant, and smart micro grid are the terms that have recently emerged. Just look at this slide. My students are developing this micro grid. It's small settlements with quite wealthy people living there, so they buy a number of wind farms or solar power plants, and they provide electricity autonomously to this settlement. So there are red dots here. These are commutation devices, and this sensor here below gets information from every single unit of this network, this grid, and the technology that we have today, thanks to 5G, will enable this control center to really control that kind of system. So every consumer gets a tariff that can change many times, hundreds of times during the day. because those electricity flows can change, the load may change, and the system will be adapting to lose as few energy as possible. And that's why the tariffs can change for every household. The question is that possible without 5G? I would say this is really a big question. At the same time, the whole world is moving towards the establishment of these microgrid systems. This is the future. AR, VR technologies in electricity systems. It's kind of hard. I'm not going to talk about that a lot. There are a lot of experts on this AR and VR in electricity. As an example, I've got a video here. How a modern engineer can be trained today with VR technologies. These are the two students you can see. They are learning how to provide services to a substation or electricity power station, and we work with Camp of Technology, this company. So we have already those VR glasses, and thanks to these VR technologies, we can do the following. So the student can watch this video first and then put the VR glasses on, and then can, do the switches, do the switch off or switch ons. You need to do that properly, obviously, because otherwise people can die or equipment will be fully damaged if you do something wrong. You can teach them with real facilities, and that's what they're going to do too. But you need to first to train them hundreds of times with these kind of VR technologies. But that's possible only if we have modern technologies. If we talk about production, especially when we talk about high-tech equipment, where super modern technologies are used, the 5G, that's going to be very much important there too, because the speed of transmission of information from a huge amount of data and controlling those situations real-time mode, this is the objective number one. The most important thing is that we can build those digital twins, as they're called. These can be some machines, as you can see, with turbine or electric motors, engines or generators. And I remember this time when Chernobyl disaster happened. If we had those technologies back then, if we could have built this twin for the Chernobyl power plant to do those exercises with the virtual twin, we would have avoided the disaster in Chernobyl. So this is a harsh example, but I mean that those technologies will help to avoid a huge amount of disasters or failures. They will help to address a lot of engineering objectives. Robotics, everything is being introduced today. DTEC has a lot of robots today that serve the transmission lines, and they don't have 5G, and that's why they can't use them to full capacity. Look at the global expenditure assessment. From 18 to 25, increased 2.7 times. In global market for industrial robotics, they increased it 2.8 times. Assessment of global expenses on AR, VR solutions. Look at 53 times increase. Assessment of global market for system of digital twins, like 14 times increase. And these are global data. Coming back to training of energy experts. Look at the number of courses that our modern energy experts attend at universities. Energy independence, digital technologies, quality management, VR technologies, microgrid systems on territorial communities. So we need to provide this knowledge based on 5G technologies today. And talk to you at the end about meta world, meta space. And this is very important, very much important, obviously. It enables to teach a course like 250 students simultaneously. Everyone can be in the kind of classroom virtually. And this enables to organize the studies very efficiently. And that enables to conduct webinars on the electricity or 5G also in very efficient way. At the end, I want to say the last very important thing. I want to talk to you about cybersecurity. When we talk about 5G, about electricity sector, 5G is certainly issue number one. But issue number 1A is the cybersecurity, because some perpetrators can obviously try to attack those systems and disrupt the operation of the whole country. That's why the cybersecurity is very much important for us. Thank you for your attention. Lilia, I can't hear you. Thank you for your interesting presentation and for coming to this point that the electricity sector cannot possibly develop without 5G. I think we can communicate this message to the decision makers, because in the morning, mobile operators told us that they had doubts about 5G, that the consumers are not ready, that the devices are sold only, I mean, they're produced only by two producers. And for us, it was clear that 5G would be appropriate for industrial critical infrastructure facilities, and the failure to ensure security for those facilities, that would be really a big crime, because that would lead to losses for national security. That's my view.
Дякую за цю квінтесенцію того, що
So thank you very much indeed for this brief overview of what is happening in the Minister of Energy, responsible for digital transformation of the energy sector. So let's ask him if he agrees with you or has anything to juxtapose. Yeah, as a former government manager. Welcome everyone, and thank you for this presentation. You know, the smart grid questions are highly relevant these days, and I think we're catching up with other countries in terms of implementation. In 2023, Ukrainian grids will have to be merged with EU grids that already use smart grid technology for the most part. And this is all about improving efficiency. The biggest problem in energy is balancing supply and demand. And, the human factor, whether we want it or not, just keeps and holds us back. So automation can drastically improve the efficiency of the entire system from generation to consumption, and it's a win-win situation for everyone, for suppliers, for consumers, for government-owned companies, for privately held companies, and it will create a strong impetus for the economy, because obviously, our economy is built on energy. Every service, every product you buy, there's a share of energy that went into creation or delivery of that thing or service. So the more efficient we are in terms of our energy, the better the economy is doing, obviously. So yeah, and thank you for your segue into cybersecurity, by the way. So let me give you some numbers first. So as of January 21, the global population is 7.8 billion people. 56%, almost 57%, live in cities or in urban setting, which means that more than a half of global population receive centralized utility services, energy, heating, water, etc., which is convenient. You don't have to build your own grid. You don't have to drill your own well, etc. So it's this is all about comfort. It's attractive, and numbers confirm that everyone's connecting to the internet. 59.9% of people on the planet are connected to the internet. So, these are pretty interesting numbers. More than a half of the global population is online. More than a half of Earth population use internet for their own purposes, leisure or work, and doesn't matter. Another interesting stat: 4 hours, 10 minutes. This is how much these people spend on their phones. I mean, even online, online every day. So out of these four numbers, about a half of that time is just communication, texting, messaging. That's on global average. So all of those internet connected people altogether spend 4 hours of their lives every day, half of a regular workday. So yeah, they spend all this time online. They're not now on Zoom as well, participating in various conferences, which I think the pandemics helped orchestrate. So there are five biggest platforms that people use. Predominantly four are owned by Mark Zuckerberg. The fifth one is Google. Then you have WeChat, a number of Chinese messengers, let's call them that way. So you got American companies, Chinese companies, right? We don't have any Ukrainian companies there, unfortunately. And there are many more interesting stats. And another thing that's of interest is, how much people trust in these technologies, spending so much time online. How do you measure this trust? And I think the only common denominator, whether we want to, trust or do not want to trust those technologies, is, pretty much people paying money online, for products. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to data, personal data, the public opinion is divided. Some people just don't really care much, but then all people care about their money, right? So when you put your card number online on a website, that speaks volumes, about your confidence and your trust in the technology, in the system. So as of the end of as of the end of this year, as of last month, 80% of all internet users made at least one purchase online. So that just tells you how much people trust in the system. And obviously, yeah, people are becoming more aware of various threats to their personal data safety, including through social messages, social media, etc. So yeah. So half of all the people have these concerns, right? Have concerns and are not quite certain whether their data is being misused or abused, so they have concerns that it may be abused, but statistics is something that is very hard to argue with. But so if you look at statistics, by the end of 2019, 9 out of 10 companies in Spain become subject of a major cyber attack. So that is, I think in 2021 this number is way higher. Now, when it comes to compromising personal data, just didn't have the chance to come up with some slides, but it's all online. So in 2016, 1.4 billion personal data records have been leaked and abused, and in 2019 this number grew to 4.5 billion. So I mean, we're the only limit is the number of people connected to the internet, pretty much. So next year the statistics is going to rise, right? So we can safely say that each year personal data gets compromised, and I think we can call ourselves lucky if we don't get our data compromised. So yeah, I'm getting there. So especially looking at the recent news, we can safely say that the challenges are only beginning, because what we've had before that wasn't serious yet. So now, given all that, given that more than half of Earth's population live in urban setting, and given the fact that more than half of the people on Earth are connected to internet, and obviously energy now becomes a major issue, because without energy we cannot enjoy this urban lifestyle, we cannot enjoy online communications, all those things that have pushed the civilization forward so much over the last 50 years or so. So yeah, we are risking losing the most critical piece of the modern world puzzle, basically. So the energy community, back in 2016, no, even earlier than that, in 2018, they issued recommendations regarding energy companies and major operators, right? And that they could not use any sort of outsourced services, right? Including providers. And I mean, it sounded pretty, internet providers. It sounded pretty weird. How can you not use, outsourced services, right? Yeah, I mean, you can have your own in-house programmers, IT techs and all that, but and then yeah, and the report it pretty much covered the networks as well. So and that was kind of strange. And then after some time passed, and in 2021, this recommendation was set to become mandatory, but the COVID delayed that process, fortunately. However, the issue of basically setting up your own infrastructure, it remains pretty irrelevant. And speaking of 5G technology and speaking of smart grids, and here's what here is what I brought. 2 books and I'll leave them here with the organizers. It's I mean, it's not a new book, but it's a brilliant book nevertheless. So yeah, and I would like these books to be presented by Leah to our best members of the audience. So smart grid is a must-have technology. So if you want to implement smart grids, and if you want your smart grids to be cyber secure, you actually have. I mean, what Volodymyr said there, I totally agree with this. Corporate 5G could be a solution, a way out of the situation. It creates additional advantages, and although 20 to 256K could we know that the more the better. I mean, I have 1 gigabit internet back home, and it looks like it's not going to be enough for much longer. And understandably, it will take some time for the market to adjust itself, to get itself ready. But technologies develop at such a rapid pace. People are considering colonizing Mars already, but and understandably, 5G is a today's issue. It's a technology of today. Volodymyr wanted to say something. Yeah. I mean, Yevgen said some very interesting things. We are energy sector experts. We're on the same side. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's go back to 1977. Nobody remembers that. Nobody can recall that. But I was a 4th-year student, and we heard that New York City experienced a blackout, a 24-hour long blackout. And it's just incredible. Go on Wikipedia and look it up. New York's 1977 blackout. Right? It's unspeakable. So these modern technologies can prevent these major disasters. Because if your cybersecurity is not up to the task, you will experience these types of problems.
Володимире Вікторович, тут ситуація в наступному.
Володимир.
Як може і створити сама оцю проблему, і в тому числі створити і блекаут?
But yeah, blackouts can happen, and I mean, like, these technologies can result in blackouts. So looking at the current curriculum for energy sector students, in schools and universities, they don't focus on cybersecurity much. Understandably, this training has to focus on safety and correct procedures in many places. But you have to consider cybersecurity as well, because the way it looks right now is that people create problems for themselves, and then go ahead and try and find solutions, as opposed to not making or not enabling these problems from happening in the first place. So how do you blend the two disciplines together? How do you train people in a way that will enable them to operate this extremely complex machinery in a safe and appropriate manner, and also following the correct cybersecurity procedures? So I think it's up to people like you, professors, the academia, the scientific community, to lead the charge and lead the way and address this problem. Well, yes, Lydia, let me tell you something. We have a discipline, the subject called energy independence. There are two big modules in that course dedicated to cybersecurity. Well, in that case, you need to also focus on personal data protection. That's not something our energy industry students are learning, studying. But it only takes one look into the future. Just to consider smart city systems of the future, smart house systems of the future, having access to so much sensitive data about habits of residents and the people in general. So improper security arrangements, cybersecurity arrangements can lead to major problems and abuse, especially given the risk of the leakage and then ultimate disclosure of that very sensitive data. So students, I believe, studying smart grids today and Internet of Things today have to also study more about data protection and data management. And arguably, this is not for the energy related disciplines to try and unpack, but yeah, we need some sort of integration, between all these different subjects and disciplines and fields. Yes, absolutely, totally agree. Couldn't agree more. Thank you very much for this very important educational mission that you're on. Can I also ask you for your permission to share your slides, your presentation? Yes, absolutely, by all means. I had to ask. I had to ask for your permission. Yes, I mean, yeah, just I prepared it for this event, and please do share it. Hopefully, this wasn't the last event we had together. We are planning a number of workshops next year, so this discussion is only beginning, I think, and I think there's much more left to be said and discussed. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is something we've been working on for 6 years now. No, I mean, 10 years in total. Yeah, starting 2012. And we're still on it. So yeah, it'll take us quite a bit longer. So yeah, we're gonna let you go. We know you need to run. So thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Yes, please.
Я хотіла додати до того, що сказав пан Євген.
I'd just like to add a few words to what Yevhen said. I'm a cybersecurity critical infrastructure protection specialist. I'm someone who has been working with Red Cross, the UN, and a number of other organizations in the field of humanitarian crises. So a couple of years ago, before COVID, we held a big exercise in Europe to try and gauge the understanding of the government of the potential implications and repercussions of a blackout. And what we found was that people didn't really understand much about potential implications. People are less sensitive about energy, water, and heating than they are with respect to, losing internet connection. People are so hooked up to communications and online communication that, if you were to ask them what service would they like to see restored first, like all of them will tell you, the vast majority will tell them that they want internet back first. So if you look at, what the Red Cross is doing in Donbass, right? The biggest issue they're grappling with is restoring telecommunications. So what are we going to do, and how do you meet that demand? And then people just information addict, and this is interesting. This is very interesting. This is peculiar. So internet itself is becoming critical infrastructure. And as a cybersecurity specialist, and as someone who participated in a great number of projects, critical infrastructure projects as well, I know that business wants it all, wants it now. They want AR, they want VR, but what happens is that they want it so fast that it just doesn't leave much time to think about risks, to calculate those risks, and think of some of the ways of managing those risks. Because what happens is that a lot of times you build something first, and it starts working and everything seems to be working fine, and then you assess the cybersecurity situation within that system, and turns out that it's pretty bad, and there's no sort of inbuilt opportunity or no inbuilt possibility to improve the situation. So yeah, I'm a little bit more skeptical, and yeah, there are no there's no sort of discipline in Ukrainian universities dedicated to secure networks and secure systems and the way you configure them in a most secure way. So the problem is that everything is being is becoming more and more dependent on internet. Internet is the critical infrastructure. It's underlying critical infrastructure, not even energy. It's the internet. Євген. Well, right. So thank you very much for this. A comment. I totally agree. And I've had conversations with colleagues from the FBI and other American law enforcement agencies, and specifically those who worked on Colonial Pipeline case, the infamous Colonial Pipeline case, and what they told me was that yes, communications and energy. Energy, we don't feel it so much, right? But then all of a sudden, when your phone battery's dead, you're gonna know it, you're gonna feel it. So, and again, it is unrealistic to expect all the citizens to have a complete picture of what and how critical infrastructure operates and so on. It's unrealistic to expect that, but on a government level, I think what we have going for us is the fact that we've got the law on critical infrastructure, and I think the situation has been, the incident response capabilities are pretty well developed, especially when it comes to a number of threats and risks that have to do with various interruptions in various services. So the government has tools, has means to respond to these types of incidents. But then again, at the same time, we know that most people live online. You know, they spend a lot of time online, and this is just going to increase. Yeah, no, we can't we can't abandon internet. You know, we're a digital society. Um, we are, you know, the very first digital generation. So there's no turning back. So, and what you're talking about here is called resilience. You know more than I do that, you know, you cannot have 100% security. 100% security is a non-extant constant. It doesn't exist. So it is only a matter of time before any defenses could be broken. But you know, the more resilient we are, the more prepared we are, the longer it will take the bad guys to break through our defenses. You know, modern cyber attacks are usually fast-paced, and you know, you all heard about ethical hacking, you know, and yeah, and yeah, you can make jokes about it, but then you know what you had is that you know, firefighters couldn't launch their equipment because of the hack, and then at some point these hackers came out and said that from now on they're not going to target any sort of social services or socially important functions, right? So speak about ethical hackers. But yeah, once again, you know, the energy is an underlying service for those hackers as well. So speaking of external risks, speaking of external risks, right? Obviously, you're now in the realm of national security and defense, you know, and military intelligence and so on. And you know, you want those agencies to be equipped with all the right tools. But I think it is for a different time to talk about this. But yeah, you know, new threats call for new types of responses. So yeah, you know, you have to balance out scientific progress, you know, and finding new concepts and experimenting, and then balancing this out with security concerns. And you know, like I said, we are the digital generation. We're the trailblazers. We're doing this for the future generation. Okay, so are there any other questions? Yes, I have a question. So I was always wondering how analytics works in the government sector, you know, especially, you know, in terms of policy making. So I remember when Ukraine was preparing for 4G deployment, a consortium of 6 and 7 companies hired a major analytics company to help do some calculations for them. You know, like what strategies to use, what the costs will look like. You know, the regulator took part in this exercise, although they did ignore some of the recommendations. So my question for you as someone who has experience working in the government. So what is the most suitable sort of way of doing analytics during policy making and decision making in the government at the ministry level?
Як хотілося б йому?
The digitalization in the government is very low. I said a lot in my interview that although there is some network for electronic document system, and it's still there is it's still like something like a printing machine, so it has only one function and you can't possibly use it for anything else. The Ukrenergo, the cyber center of Ukrenergo, joined this network to ensure exchange of information. There were a lot of issues, obviously, because the question was whether law enforcement agencies could use this data provided by Ukrenergo or not. And there was a huge amount of data exchange that started. So imagine Ukrenergo before 2016, end of 2015, there was black energy, then this northern station, and it was a huge push to make sure that Ukrenergo starts developing its own cybersecurity. Today, it's one of the best cybersecurity centers in Ukraine. And then we talk that there is a government authority that needs to get information. So this government authority also starts to develop its capacities represented by the security service of Ukraine. So they had to reach this maturity level to be able to get this data, because otherwise they would be just getting only report that we had 1 million of incidents over a month. Most of them were some minor ones, and there were like a number of critical ones, but this won't be material for the people that need to analyze this scope information. What I mean is this digitalization and maturity level in the public sector is low. We are only on the way. All central government authorities have this electronic document management system, which is fantastic. It improved the efficiency manifold. For example, exchange of documents, because many documents need to be initialed and signed by within one public authority, because the different departments can be different places, so it would take days. Then the document would need to be initialed by other departments, and then they get to the cabinet of ministers. So it took, I mean, ages. Now with the electronic document management, it takes hours or even minutes if the document is of high priority. And the same is with approval of documents. So now we are moving to the next stage. So we've got a lot of documents in digital format. What do we do with them now? The ministry analyzed the amount of report that we receive and send over a year. I've got 96 pages with 12 times 112. So those and these only was the list of reports that they would get and send. I mean, some of them are even received still in paper format, in hard copies. So just imagine the amount of data, what errors can happen when you do the exchange of information between different documents. The system, I mean, the system is not ready still. There are some elements of the system that already emerged, like industrial reporting. Very good system. I mean, those reports get to us in format of big data, not in format of reports. And you can get the data from that system and then send it out to different agencies. I hope I answered your question. I congratulate you with the fact that we are going to establish this regulator for electronic communications for postal services and frequencies. And we will have much more work in our committee ahead, because we will have to make changes, appropriate changes, following the approval of the other laws on cybersecurity. So once Ksenia briefs us about certification of equipment for e-communications, we will wrap it up. And I mean, this has been a fantastic day. This is the second time in my life that I can say that. In 2018, we had a PTA forum, and we urged to approve the law about electronic trusted services back then. And the next day, the parliament approved the law. So it's now a good tradition to conduct fora that would urge to approve the legislation. So, I mean, this is a good news that you shared with us. Thank you, colleagues, for partaking in this meeting. I hope we explained the need that we have today. We understand the cybersecurity risks, and that's why actually we've been talking about them today, because for most market players, this is about something else. There are advantages like speed, different benefits, IoT, but when it comes to security, the security sort of slows down all those processes. I mean, security considerations. So if something is not ethical, the artificial intelligence will do something with the people that people don't want it to perform on them. Same as with cybersecurity. So thank you, and we will move to our next block. Ksenia is going to moderate it.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники нашого
Good
форуму.
afternoon, distinguished participants of our meeting. Let's continue talking about different aspects of 5G deployment. I want to talk about certification of equipment for the 5G networks and assessment of Ukraine's preparedness, as well as we'll talk about international experience. When we talked about cybersecurity of 5G, we talked about Cybersecurity Act in the context of European legislation. Why do we talk about EU legislation? Firstly, because we have association agreement with the EU, and also this is the most successful collective effort to ensure cybersecurity, because following the initiative of the General Assembly starting from 2017, they introduced on the UN level to research cybersecurity, in particular cybersecurity in IT systems, telecom systems, and the results were not quite informative and were not successful compared to what they managed to achieve in the EU. That's why we're going to take into consideration the practices of the EU. If we talk about Ukraine, the factors for establishment of a system of certification of cybersecurity. First one is the EU association agreement. Second is signing of the agreement on recognition of accreditation of certification bodies, and the EU regulation 2019-881 on certification of cybersecurity. And there is some blank space you can see on this slide. That's not an accident, because there is an ad hoc working group as part of ENISA, and they are developing their requirements to certification of cybersecurity for 5G networks. So the certification system for cybersecurity must cover the elements that will lead to holistic system. The requirements to assessment, so the body needs to be accredited. The mechanism for mutual recognition of certificates, if we talk about international activities and we talk about 5G networks, as our previous speaker said, Ukraine cannot possibly be in a vacuum with this network. So we will have to communicate with others, and there are appropriate agreements, and Ukraine joined them. So we talk about the mutual recognition of those certificates. We talk here also about the levels of cybersecurity certificate guarantees. We talk about the need for regulator that makes policies on cybersecurity and also creates and ensures supports the instrument of certification and the activity on activities. And also the need to have the bodies for certification of cybersecurity. That's also a necessary element. Ad hoc working group. We've talked about Cybersecurity Act, and according to Article 8, today, with due regard to those standards that we have, the ad hoc working group number 3 was established. As previous speaker said, it is based in Greece. They have all the regulations, all those documents approved, and now they are working on the methodologies for certification. This is going to be the uniform certification arrangement for the EU. But given the certain political aspects of the use of equipment for 5G networks, these issues still on hold. We will talk a little bit about certification of equipment based on other standards, not based on the standards developed nationally or internationally, but we will also talk about certification of equipment according to the producer-based standards, in particular NESs. I want to draw your attention to the following. Myself and our previous speakers mentioned that we have a lot of equipment producers. One of the leading analytical companies, Gartner, they published a magic quadrant. So it's a survey. And they researched the performance of all equipment producers for 5G networks, and the 3 biggest ones were Ericsson, Nokia, and Huawei. And they based their findings and results on the completeness of vision, ability to execute, ability to ensure competitiveness, reliability and efficiency of infrastructure, positive influence on profits, and ability to retain consumers. So this is the quadrant, and you can see the producers, global producers that manufacture 5G equipment. We see those factors that I mentioned, and 3 companies lead the quadrant: Nokia, Ericsson, Huawei. You can see this triangle in upper right square. Ericsson has implemented 5G network programs in 40 countries. They have over 50 networks. Nokia is losing a little bit in this competition because they
Дивна штучка.
they have these RipSharks, the chipsets that they have not completed yet, and that's why Nokia is losing in competition to Ericsson. But they are on top in Finland. As to the Huawei, they rank lower in this top 3 because of political considerations. That's what Gartner says. So the law on cyber espionage. In China, they say that all producers must share every data that they become aware of.
Хочу звернути вашу увагу щодо взагалі можливості реалізації, як це пов'язано з
I want to talk now in the context of Ukraine. Recently, a very big forum on communications took place. It was a Madrid conference, and the major equipment producers that you saw on this quadrant took part there and talked about their future. Huawei also prepared the biggest report that has been covered in media. They talked about the 5G next steps based on neural networks. I want to make reference to the development of the law of Ukraine on cybersecurity. Yesterday, we had the meeting of the working group to develop this law, and one of the members also insisted on neural network, and I want to say that he makes a very right step. His vision is within the trend, because these issues were already on the agenda in this global conference. So I want to draw attention of the participants of this working group on cybersecurity law development. This is the link where you can get information. This is the kind of source of information where we can get at least definitions of certain terms. Because it gives information about the kind of next steps, next actions, like the law on the artificial intelligence. It's going to be adopted soon in the EU, and so I suggest we just take this document for terminology, for definitions. Also, Ukrainian legislation must define this term, and we can take the definition from this, define the terminology, and we can take it from this document. That's what I mean. So what do we have to do in the future? We need to sort out the general certification system for cybersecurity. We need to prepare a pool of international standards that's going to be the basis for the development of certification system in Ukraine. We need to review the current standards prepared by distinguished organizations or a kind of cross-industry unions, associations. We need to review the current laboratories or institutes in terms of whether into their preparedness, in terms of 5G and cybersecurity, for Ukraine to understand which of the current laboratories intend and can be a certification agency to be able to certify equipment not only for Ukraine but for other countries, because the next step that would be the international status for our national accreditation body to make sure that those certificates are recognized. Take actions to develop the certification arrangement for cybersecurity, cloud services, and equipment for 5G. We need to address the Ministry for Economic Development to review the list and structure of those committees. To and to take into account the most advanced technologies like the Internet of Things, cloud technologies, artificial intelligence. The ongoing monitoring needs to be in place for 5G and cybersecurity. Ukraine is still not a member of the EU. And but their achievements are going to be important for Ukraine, so we need to take them into account. For us to be able to research into these issues, understand where we need to go to in the area of certification. As Ms. Garacha today said, in particular, referred to the addendum 17. And that's going to be on the agenda for Ukraine. Take into account the current model certification, in particular, NESAS. This is a kind of network that was created by GSNA and TPG. This standard of security covered all leading suppliers of equipment for 5G. So this March, Nokia in May 2020, Ericsson in June 2020, ZT Corporation in July 2020, Nokia October 2020. Ericsson, their newer equipment, their new platforms, it was in December 2020. So taking advantage of the opportunities of the leading certifying agencies, Ukraine can probably, and I say probably because we don't understand yet the whole picture with these laboratories and their readiness to be certification bodies. So that can be one of the possible tools for certification of equipment for 5G. And that could be that's not going to be something like reinventing the wheel, because a lot of countries do that, like Germany. Our colleagues from Germany said that Germany this May adopted a new law on security 2.0, and that requires really serious audit of the producers and suppliers of equipment in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of security. So to wrap it up, the globe is moving forward. The whole world is developing certification standards. national, international, and in particular certification of equipment producers. And this is already embedded in the legislation. To be able to use any certification tool in terms of ICT, cybersecurity, 5G, a country must review its legislation and embed innovations, in particular new elements, specifically in terms of cybersecurity. That's why I'm calling on members of appropriate working groups to consider these issues and discuss that at the next sessions of your working groups. Thank you for your attention. I'm prepared to answer your questions.
Які кроки здаються
What steps seem to be most realistic and the simplest? Because the public authorities don't have very good institutional capacities. I don't believe that we can achieve every best result. I think the public actors can take a step, maybe two steps. So in your view, what is the most realistic scenario? Well, I'm not skeptical about public authorities. I've worked a lot there. I'm a civil servant, and I think that the public authority must not be complacent ever. We need to initiate this research as to the cost of equipment. We need to monitor, to conduct this certification monitorings, and we need to discuss how the certification laboratories can be used and how those tests of equipment of producers can be performed. We need to adopt those necessary documents on the governmental level and then start the auctions. So this is a step-by-step approach. You are quite right that the experts must be vocal, must be committed, and operators must be committed. If we combine those efforts, I believe that in a year, Ukraine will achieve something that we need.
Бути запущені на початку цього року паралельно.
Yeah,
Тобто,
these
якщо
processes need to start at the beginning of the year. So, you know, if the expert community starts its outreach activities in a very sort of active fashion, then, you know, we're going to get somewhere. Because obviously passing government's resolution depends on the workload and how many documents they have got there. So, but yeah, you know, a government's resolution is something that is much easier to get than a new law. So next year, you know, we expect some licenses to be handed out. Yeah, the first auction is scheduled for June the 1st next year, so in about 6 months time. Yeah, and in 6 months time we could do the survey and get the idea of the cost. The problem is that Ukraine doesn't know the cost. Yeah, insurance, cybersecurity in parallel. So when I say cost, what I mean is the implementation cost for the 5G network, which includes the cost of license, which includes the duration of the license and the actual implementation, and also ensuring cybersecurity of equipment, so certifying the equipment manufacturer, or have a double certification like they have in Germany. So where you have manufacturer certification and then a national authority certification. And then making sure that the certificates are recognized by European testing lab. So once we get there, it will put us on a track towards towards implementation of some sort of a 5G network. So Ukraine needs to answer the question what the network is for, for some specific use cases or for general use. Yeah, absolutely, because what operators say, and I tend to agree, that within next 2 or 3 years, consumers won't need it. Okay, yeah, so then use the frequency bands required by the industry. Yeah, so private networks, pretty much. So we're talking 5 or 10, or like a couple of dozens of private networks like that, and yeah, we actually had conversation. So what could be the potential use case for this? Well, logistics centers, and there are a lot of these logistics centers out there, and there are the ready solutions out there that could be deployed within a half a year, some mobile equipment. So yeah, logistics, then manufacturing, automated manufacturing processes, quarries, mining. So, a couple of dozens of different facilities that could benefit from these technologies over next couple of years. And that's it pretty much. Because what operators say is that, if we get like 24 projects within the next 5 years, then it's a success story, they say, and I agree. Yeah, I agree as well. You have to start small. I mean, look at the EU. They had this 7-year program. Ukraine passed it last year. So we just adopted our plan last year. So deployment will take a long time. So yeah, and I totally agree that logistics is one of the primary use cases for this stuff, given where Ukraine is located in the center of a transport network here. Yeah, I'd just like to add to this. As we are nearing the conclusion of this event. So, what does Ukraine need based on what our experts had to say? And yeah, we had these conversations with the operators previously in a more of a sort of a private fashion. They're not ready to go public. They're not ready to debate this and discuss this within the professional environment, but they're not ready to go public yet. And their initial estimates tell them that is not gonna be cost effective for them. There's not going to be any value for them. And they were looking at the issue just from their from their own little perspective, point of view, whether they themselves find it necessary or interesting to develop a 5G network themselves, right? So, and then they don't find it interesting. So, I mean, looking at it from the point of view of the government, well, it's a totally different picture. And you have to go broader, not just electronic communications, but all the adjacent areas, that will benefit from these technologies. And obviously, there are gaps that need to be shored up. The certification system simply does not exist in Ukraine. There's a major gap, disastrous gap. So we must acknowledge the fact that the delay of that auction, 5G auction, was a good idea. So I think Ukraine made a very good, reasonable decision to delay the first auction because we are simply not ready. aren't ready yet, because you have to realize that 5G networks are only possible when you have cloud technologies. We have a draft law on cloud computing. Hopefully, the MPs will find enough time to consider it and vote for it. It's not that big. We had some feedback, and we'll incorporate that feedback. Hopefully, that will work out soon. So cloud technologies is a prerequisite for 5G networks. Now, Internet of Things, big data, right? Just something that is simply not existent, in our legal framework. And then artificial intelligence, like key driving force behind digital economy, something, we just don't have yet. So speaking of recommendations, the country needs to develop a digital economy development strategy. The previous concept ended last year. There's an action plan instead now, the current action plan to join with the digital market, but then there's no strategy, no digital economy development strategy that would encompass things like cybersecurity, personal data protection, all those integral components of all those technologies we just spoke about, and networks we spoke about. And the next thing is to conduct a major economic study to figure out the right amount of the license fee and see, what could be done to make it more attractive. Either reduce the fee because the way it says, unless the actual value is identified, it's gonna go at the 4G prices that we had previously, which are very high, and operators won't do it. So there needs to be some sort of a study to come up with a reasonable price tag for 5G license. And obviously, be mindful of the fact that 5G cost structure is mostly, the biggest part of it is software. It's something that we need to keep in mind. So not so much about hardware, but it's more about software. And also consider potential exemptions and incentives for the companies introducing 5G technologies. If you look at the city of Belgorod-Dnistrovsky, there's this one major systemic company, facility, factory, and it is a pretty heavily automated facility that could benefit from 5G technologies, and they need to be given exemptions and incentives to do that. But with all of this, at the same time, you actually have to consider the cybersecurity concerns and issues, and yeah, and then those companies introducing these technologies could receive or should receive some help from the government implementing security measures as well. Yeah, and then access to infrastructure. Yeah, and then you have to realize that there's a huge lobby by the Association of Ukrainian Municipalities in the parliament, and they want all those local municipalities. They want to be paid fees for the operators to get access to their energy grids, their infrastructures. The operators don't want that, and this is pretty much what puts brakes on this program. So yeah, so there need to be a lot of outreach and mediation to try and achieve some sort of consensus between local authorities and operators. Local authorities granting access to existing infrastructure, operators potentially getting involved in building new infrastructure for municipalities. So yeah, so there's some kind of compromise. And then also develop a cybersecurity action plan for 5G, for upcoming 5G technologies. Is something we haven't even started discussing yet. I mean, we have, but before our project did, there was nothing.
І переглянути все ж таки ті частоти, які виділені, наскільки я розумію, зараз їх не
Now we also need to, the government needs to
вони
revise the available frequency bands.
Ну, виділені частоти для експериментів.
There are some frequencies set aside for experiments for industry, but for example, to cover main railroads and the highways, well, there are no designated spectrum. There's no designated spectrum band. Yet the government needs to make up its mind, or whether or just admit there's not going to be 5G connection along major highways. So instead, we're just going to focus on 4G and fiber optics and other technologies. But they need to make up their mind. They need to choose one way and then make sure that they actually follow through and provide coverage along the highways and railroads. Because if you look at the DIA app use case, as I was traveling home, there are at least 5 spots along the way that DIA just doesn't work, because in one location you have a military jamming site, the other location is near the airport and some such, and this is an international highway by the way. So as I'm traveling, there are some areas where connection just isn't there. So yeah, and then start developing standards and working on standards. All standards are proprietary. There are pretty much no free of charge standards. So I think operators need to join forces there and get together with the association and certify some kind of standard for the use in Ukraine, because otherwise it's not going to get done. I think in Ukraine there's only one there's only one scientific research facility, the institute that can do that stretch way thinly, to play a role of a major certification lab authority for across the board. So, a lot of things need to be done in this regard. Another issue is exploring the 5G potential when it comes to digital public services. There hasn't been a study like that yet in Ukraine. And hopefully this is something the state service for special communication is going to research next year, like Mr. Bakalinski said, or maybe even earlier than that, provided the funding is there. And the other recommendation is to consider possibilities of setting up a PPP to run some sort of a 5G trial project, pilot project. And as was mentioned before, PPPs as it currently stands are only available for infrastructure projects, and unfortunately they do not cover services, and that is something that needs to be addressed at the legislative level. If you want to have these types of private partnerships going forward. Yeah, now we need to have an action plan for 5G implementation. Obviously, including all these aforementioned components. Yeah, so then, as the colleague here mentioned, setting up a certification lab as well. Now, when it comes to legislative work, yeah, we need to approve the draft law on access to infrastructure to build complex electronic electronic networks, then the cybersecurity law needs to have provisions on cybersecurity in line with the NIS Directive 2.0. We don't have equipment certification procedure in place, cybersecurity related. That's something that needs to be addressed at the legislative level. Risk assessment procedures need to be worked out for critical infrastructure. And another critical requirement, the supply chain audit for 5G operators. That's something that's in the NIS Directive. And there's just no other way to make sure that electronic service providers provide those services in a free and secure manner. So if those providers want to continue providing those services, they'll need to conduct third-party audit and equipment audit, for everything pretty much. Cloud computing, data centers, software, network administrators, system integrators, cybersecurity specialists, OEMs, and software developers. So yeah, this is a pretty monumental task, I would say. And now we need to finalize the cloud services law to create good conditions, right conditions for competitiveness on this market, to ensure that all critical infrastructure facilities are or can have access to multiple equipment manufacturers, multiple suppliers, not just sole suppliers. And there needs to be a good degree of competition, and there needs to be a certain number of OEMs, and then also consider a possibility of public-private partnership for building 5G networks. And once again, as it stands, the PPP law only covers infrastructure facilities. That needs to change. So another whole block of issues is dedicated to the regulators' powers. As it stands, the regulator isn't flexible enough. It doesn't have the right powers to respond to incidents quickly, especially when it comes to cybersecurity for these emerging technologies. The global experience tells us there are a couple of options, couple of solutions. And we spoke with colleagues from the licensing departments, and they're not on board yet with setting equipment requirements in licensing conditions. Just don't have the specialists to monitor and verify those. So there needs to be some sort of a separate regulator, like a cybersecurity regulator, I believe. So yeah, that's something that's yet to be discussed in the parliament. And then obviously there needs to be a supply chain supervision and monitoring for cybersecurity issues. Yeah, then we will need to choose the certification authority, GSMA, 3GPPAs, Xenia suggested. And by the way, the biggest Ukrainian operators are already a part of that, or of these organizations. And I think we should let them continue on that path. They know the inner workings of those systems, and they can actually use those existing capabilities to create certification arrangements for 5G equipment. The next big issue is, once again, powers of regulators. One thing I forgot to mention is the need to develop the national compliance audit methodology for networks. So, and this is not a part of certification. It's about a certification scheme.
робота має бути проведена в цьому напрямі.
And a lot of work needs to
Обов'язково
happen in
будемо
this
працювати
area.
теж тільки спільно,
You know,
якщо
methodologies
тоді
can
запровадження
and
застосовувати її не зможе. Тому все одно
will only
нам
be
потрібно
developed
окремо приймати
jointly,
тільки
can only
домовленості.
be developed
І
jointly. There's no other
звичайно,
way.
що
There's
це
no imposing methodology on others. So we have to reach consensus. And you know, this is easier said than done. And there's a lot of work that needs to go into ensuring 5G security. And it will take at least 2 or 3 years, according to my estimates, if the environment is conducive enough, provided there's no external influence or one evil country decides to attack us. So operators still have a lot of time to do their math, to see whether they need it or not. And I totally get it. We had this discussion back at the PKI forum, dedicated to electronic trust services, you know, and we had this conversation about mobile IEDs, and we had this conversation with Ukraine's largest operator, mobile operator, and
якщо банк ID встигнув першим, Mobile ID навіть не потрібно пробувати.
you know, they said, well, look, we've got bank ID already. There's no need to develop mobile ID anymore, because it's either or. You know, people, if they get used to one option, if they're used to using bank ID, they're not going to switch over to anything else. There's no example out there, you know, that example of, you know, either both systems being used equally or transitioning from one way of ID to the other. It depends on the prominence of your banking sector as well. You know, Baltic countries predominantly use bank IDs. You know, they don't have a lot of banks there. And it's much easier for them to achieve interoperability between Baltic and Nordic countries when it comes to electronic trust services. So, I mean, it makes no sense for them to switch over to a different type of ID. You know, for consumers, for clients, it just doesn't matter. Yes, and you know, we spoke about this. What clients want is usability, user friendliness, and this is something we had a conversation with operators about, and they said, you know, they sent 5 million. I don't remember like what money. Just to get ministers and failed to deliver on its promises, and this is what put an end to mobile ID in Ukraine. You know, they you could have used mobile ID to sign tax returns and so on. So yeah, all of this could have been done, but it did not happen. Exactly. So in the case of 5G, you actually have to do better math, right? Think twice, thrice. Ukraine has no right to commit an error here. I mean, we're already behind. We're technologically backward. So if we continue to, as you say, continue to play the poker face game, yeah, well, you know, this is going to be it, I think. The operators will just quit on us. And yeah, I understand that. And I support them. Although, as a consumer, I'm also very disappointed. by the fact that I just don't have any chance to get the services that I want. I want smart grids, I want smart city, I want 5G networks, I want smart home solutions, but I just can't get it because the economy is above everything else. So if you don't do your economy portion right, if it makes no economic sense, you're just not gonna get any of those services and technologies you're looking for. So once again, we're only getting started here. We have some knowledge, some understanding, some capabilities, but we have to work together, as working group members of the parliamentary committee. What we can affect is the legislative portion of the entire effort. That is something that is within our control and our powers, making sure that the market participants are advised on that. And obviously understanding that for those private networks, requirements shouldn't be as stringent as they are for large scale consumer mobile operators. So once again, finding the balance is the name of the game, and we want to make sure there's no abuse of anything. And yeah, including those energy security risks, as we've been told today. Solar panels and so on. And we don't want people be using frequency, a very valuable resource, without actually making it beneficial for the nation. All right. To sum it up, are there any questions? Because if there are, we are ready to respond here.
Сьогодні, Тетяно, ми справимося. Ми їх на загальний
Today,
погляд виставимо на сайті.
we will publish them on the website of our organization.
Коментарів. Тоді ми зараз їх вислухаємо, але все одно ми їх виставляємо на громадське обговорення. Якщо будуть ще додаткові
Publish them for public hearing, public discussion. If there are comments, we are going to be prepared to add them. These recommendations are not mine, not personal ones. These are the recommendations for our working group that has been dealing with this issue for about 3 months now. So if the market joins in, and if the operators are prepared to speak up, we would be happy to join their opinion to those recommendations. Previous 10 years of introduction of new technologies of mobile communications show that the public authorities involved in development of national policies on 5G. I mean, the committee, first of all, that represent the government, the new regulator on telecom, the Ministry for Digital Communications, obviously, digital transformation, and the Ministry of Finance, that unfortunately has excessive power. So all those distinguished actors need to discuss and reach consensus as to the actual priorities of the nation in terms of 5G. Because once again, I repeat myself that over the past 10 years, although the the National Commission on Regulation has 5 priorities, but normally they have only one priority, which is money. And operators have enough capabilities to sabotage any process that they don't want to deal with. They are not gonna spend money on a project where they don't see any economic sense. The only thing that they will be happy about is the deployment of private networks for industrial users, but not on the condition that Ministry of Finance likes. So, because paying billion of hryvnias on pilots, I mean, no one's gonna do that. It would be easier for them to spend a 10th share of this amount to sabotage the process, to put it on hold. I've been very attentive during our activities, events, and regulation of 5G shows, in particular the conflict that they have in the US, show that we need certain authorities, certain bodies to deal with that kind of situations. Ukraine needs to decide on its take in this conflict, how Ukraine is gonna respond to the current allegations or accusations on the part of its international partners, because you mentioned the analysis of the supply chains, criteria for certification, and so all these elements will lead us inevitably to the question, how does Ukraine treat Chinese producers? And there are powerful groups of influence that can really put it really simply. Are we with red ones or the blue ones? And Ukraine needs to find the rational long-term solution. But for that, Ukraine needs a rational take on that. And so far, no one has been able to formulate that. Well, we have the president of Ukraine who is responsible for the international part of this work, not the MFA. So he represents Ukraine internationally, and we can only express our wishes that Ukraine takes this take as soon as possible, but we know that the US policies kind of sort of contradict the EU approaches, and we need to understand what kind of approaches we're gonna use, American ones or European ones, because in fact it is impossible to combine both, because the 5G toolbox requires you to base your decisions on facts. If we see the fact of backdoor in the equipment, or that's one thing, but I've heard a lot just rhetorics and deviation from direct answer. So we have the representative of Dennis Pezescu, Triple S CIP. So yes, I hope you heard us talking here and what we discussed today. Do you have any point to make? If not, you can watch our webinar. Soon we're gonna make some small videos, not the whole 6-hour video, and you can watch what speakers were most interesting for you. But now you can comment on whether the SSIP can be the regulator. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I couldn't join your discussion and listen to all speakers and the issue that you discussed. So if you give me a chance, I would try to answer the question that Lilia asked about 5G. Well, you got 5 minutes. I can make it 3. 5G is moving forward. It's moving on around the globe, and nothing can be done with that. And in Ukraine, it's going to have the same kind of influence that it's having today in the EU, in the US. So, de facto, we have already a system that have been introduced in Ukraine already. But since certain experts rightly say that 5G is an important technology that must be implemented, but it is insecure if we don't treat it properly. All systems connected to 5G can be used as rare transmitters. There are software that controls the use of those networks that can be used to reset up them. So we already now understand the whole amount cyber threats that 5G can lead to, and that can influence the equipment that sort of complies with 5G standards and cybersecurity standards. As to the approaches in Ukraine, I would respond to the opinion of the general public. We need to be positive. We need to be certain, specifically the industrial companies who are going to introduce 5G-based systems. They must be certain that they can trust those technologies. So any arrangement can be introduced in Ukraine. Any arrangement can be acceptable in Ukraine. Any opinion can be made in Ukraine regarding particular equipment produced by a particular manufacturer. But speaking about cybersecurity, my opinion is why not? Because we have the regulation in the area already. We inherited it, and it's a little bit outdated because it's based on the regulation of telecom systems, and we have been working with the general public to update that, and there are already documents introduced by American and EU partners, and we are flexible for any cooperation and dialogue on this update. So the 5G technology requires a lot of attention, especially since our citizens are going to use that a lot. The new law on protection of private data is going to be passed soon. The new law, a new version of the law on major principles of cybersecurity is going to be passed soon. The approaches to protection of information and information telecom systems are going to be developed soon. You see what the committee has done this year on cloud services and so on and so forth. So now we are approaching the new year with a huge pool of documents drafted, and now we need to implement them on the level of laws and regulations jointly with other public authorities, and in the document that's going to be published in SSSAP. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will certainly look at these videos following your webinar. Security is above all, and we must understand that. And not only the public authorities, but the citizens, businesses, we all must treat this matter in a responsible manner. So I wish us all strong health, and I wish us all, specifically our kids, all the best in the new year. Thank you. I don't know whether you know that or not, but the law and regulator of electronic communication has been passed today in the second reading. So one business is going to be disappointed, another one is going to be happy with the law. I congratulate us on all on that. I hope that the president will not veto it and sign it, because there isn't much time left before the new year. And the new year, we will start with a new system of electronic communication. So indeed, there is a lot of work ahead. I'm looking forward to our further fruitful cooperation. We have this good collaboration between the general public, businesses, the committee, Ministry for Digital Transformation. We hope that the operators will trust the government, and I would be surprised if they do, but still, I remain optimistic about the future. Thank you very much indeed to everyone who has been with us. I wish you a productive review of our video on YouTube. I invite you to our next two events, one at the end of January or February, related to the protection of personal private data. This is the regular event that we have been holding since 2016. And in March, we will try to hold a meeting on our new positions on critical infrastructure and operators. Maybe they will be more prepared for some professional level discussion. I think the emotions will fade. Everyone will look at the budgets, review the budget, and we'll meet and talk. Thank you, everyone. Thank Danila. Thanks all the participants. Thank you for joining us, and Danila, and wrapping our forum up. So long. Recommendations, once again, are going to be published on the website. Anyone can look at them and comment, and we will share your comments with the committee and other authorities appropriate for this project. All those who have been with us in this project. Thank you. Bye-bye.